All right, we should be connected now. No, you guys should be able to see me. All right, cool stuff. We'll like hopefully this shit. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know what the fuck to do. Danma, how you doing, bro? I mean, there's no point in looking into Starlink. First and foremost, there's currently a freeze, I believe, on Starlink in South Africa. I mean, to make matters worse, Starlink in South Africa is stupidly expensive. Like, there's no way that I would use Starlink to stream on. It's coming to miserable fucking sloppy snow, Sweden. Guys, moving is not the only answer to this problem. We haven't had problems like this in South Africa ever, really. The last time I had problems like this was when I lived back in Polokwane and I was working with Wi-Fi internet. This is the internet, like the fiber provider in this area is dog shit. Like, absolutely the worst fiber provider I have ever seen in my entire life. So the hope is that once I move at the end of the month, which is not that long now, it's like eight days, then I move to a new place with new fiber, and, you know, hopefully then everything is fixed. Everything is like it should be without all the constant interruptions. But, you know, you never know. You never know. It could just be Cape Town that's this full of shit. But I don't think so. I think the internet in Cape Town is fairly good. A stream, but clicking it just gives me a loading icon. Gilgamesh, wait. Can you not see me at all? Because I should be live now, no? Yeah. I should be live now. Danmo, yeah. I mean, why not? You're good. I see in here with no lag. Okay, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Can someone just tell Gilgamesh? Never mind, I'll quickly do it. Oh, for the love of fuck. Hopefully he'll refresh now. Guys, I'm fucking... Yeah, it's super annoying, but, you know, we're trying our best. I'm trying to stream as often as possible, even without... Like, even with all this bullshit. So... To make matters a million times worse, load shedding has just been moved to stage 5. This is why I left the message on Discord the other day. Basically, to tell people that things are about to get a lot worse here. Stage 5 load shedding now. There's chances of it going up to stage 6. And maybe even higher, because Eskom, the company that generates all of our electricity, have run out of diesel. So their open turbine gas cycle bullshit, whatever the fuck they call it, that runs on diesel, have no more diesel. And that means that whatever emergency reserves they used to have, they no longer have. Now, them and the government is trying to figure out how to salvage this situation, to find more money, to actually, you know, buy more diesel. But yeah, they don't think they can, so we'll see. Is your life goal? Caleb, how is that being fucked? If you think about it, right? So, owning a home is the start to a lot of freedom. Like, really, almost in every element of your life. Because a lot of people don't really think about owning a home, I think, in the right way. So, I'm assuming this will be similar to for every country in the world, not just in South Africa. But do you know how many people I know that basically started their first businesses by borrowing money on their home? You know, so once you own a home and you've made a couple of payments on that, you could always lend money on whatever money is now in that. So whatever money you've already paid off, you can lend that money and then open your own or borrow that money and then open your own business. So owning a home is one of the greatest investments you can ever fucking make, because it is an investment that can just enable so many more investments in the future. And if you start with a single bedroom apartment, who gives a fuck, right? A home's a fucking home. And if it can eventually enable you to buy a bigger home or buy even more homes, then I would say go for it. The problem is that homes have become so fucking expensive that most people struggle to even own one. But I would say even then, there is always some kind of steal out there in the markets. You just have to look for it. You just have to look for it, because there's always going to be some bargain. You just have to be in the market long enough to find those bargains. Graveload, how you doing, bro? It's a pain in the ass, but it is worth it. Yeah. Kenjaman, how you doing, bro? You're fucking crazy if I have to deal with this shit. Rahimski, you just get used to it. Like, what are you going to do, you know? I realized that for a lot of people, it's sort of like, well, you know, I couldn't deal with load shedding. Until you deal with load shedding, and you just have to get used to it. That's just, what are you gonna do? You know, I can't go to my fucking government and be like, you know what, fuck you guys, give me electricity. They don't give a shit. You know, they don't care. That's why we don't have electricity. So at the end of the day, you just have to make the best of it. And human beings can get used to a lot of things, I have found out. My dad's life goal is fulfilling the dream of building his own house. Meanwhile, me here dreaming of simply being self-reliant. Dude, but your dad is a lot older than you, obviously, right? So your dad's dreams, this is the thing. This is why so many people misunderstand the whole, you know, take care. So if you listen to, for example, the World Economic Forum, right? The World Economic Forum have this, let's call it a dream. Their dream is that everyone in the world should have enough to live and meet their basic needs, because that is what will lead to happiness for everyone in the world. This is the most anti-human approach to humans ever, because anyone that knows anything about humans know that if you have no money, then $1,000 seems like it will give you happiness. Then when you finally get that $1,000 a month, you'll very quickly realize that you actually want $2,000 to meet your, you know, let's call them goals of happiness. When you get that $2,000, you'll very quickly realize that you actually want $3,000 to meet that goal of happiness. And then 3,000 will lead to 4,000, 4,000 will lead to 8,000, 8,000 to 16,000. No matter how much money you have, there is always going to be another sum of money that you want in order to meet the new goals that you have for yourself. Because as you get more money, you inevitably will develop more expensive tastes. Even if it's not for, you know, frivolous things, there's going to be more expensive tastes that you develop because you can now afford it, right? And because you can afford it, you want to have it. Now, I'm not talking about people that just frivolously fucking spend money on bullshit. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about just the bare necessities of what a human being needs. As it turns out, our needs are incredibly malleable. When we have nothing, we need very little, but we do need some things. When we have some things, we need more things. And it turns out that I think the number is something like $144,000. By the time you reach $144,000, either monthly or yearly, I can't remember now, but by the time you reach that number, any number above that does not actually increase your happiness. Because at $144,000, you can basically afford everything and anything that you could possibly want for. So there is no, like, any number above that does not increase your happiness in any way, shape, or form, because you can physically not really buy more things than what the $144,000 would have been able to buy you anyways. That seems to be like the upper end. D-Rocker, how you doing? Giant Rat Guy, how you doing? Headless Horse, how you doing, brother? Master Jal, how you doing? Rankdom Sanctum, how you doing? Did you see Sarkin of a Card get unbanned on Twitter? Ramsky, as I said, I did not. I don't really follow shit like that. So I've no idea who gets banned and unbanned. I did see Trump got unbanned, and I see everyone on my fucking timeline retweeting old tweets from Trump. I don't know. I did see that. I'm assuming there's some kind of meltdown over Trump getting unbanned. Not sure why, but you know, I guess that's what's happening now. So yeah, I don't really follow political stuff that closely. You know, I know enough to help me get by, but not nearly enough. Like, I don't follow everyone that gets banned and unbanned on Twitter. Oh boy, Sargon got unbanned, huh? Let the fireworks begin. Twitter is going to be a funny place again. They unbanned everyone who didn't deserve it, Trump being one of them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about, like, I would argue that no one should be banned on a place like Twitter. There's a reason why a block button exists, right? If you don't like what someone is saying, just block them. That way you don't have to deal with what they're saying. I know I have many people blocked on Twitter. The issue that I have with banning people is banning people does not lead to destroying the ideas of the people. If anything, whenever you ban someone, the followers and supporters of that person just gets more entrenched in those views, and they start to believe that those views are dangerous to those in charge, and therefore those ideas should be the right ones. So you basically just solidify the position that they had in the first place. The other problem is that the person that you just banned isn't going away. They're not disappearing. They're still going to be able to spew whatever bullshit they have to spew. The problem is just that now there's no one that can push back on it. So when you have someone that says, you know what I think we should do? Let's kill all black people. If someone said that on Twitter, all of us could go to the guy and say, okay, can you explain this fucking logic, please? Like, why do you want to kill all black people? What exactly is your reasoning behind this? And then they'll give you some bullshit reasons that doesn't make sense because there's no reasons that could make sense for that. But then you could start dismantle those reasons. So you could run through those reasons. You could be like, okay, here's why you're wrong on this. 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 And you might not change that person's mind because that guy clearly just wants to believe things that he believes, right? But there might be followers of his that sees you debunking a lot of his views that realize, whoa, I never thought about this. That's interesting. Holy shit. And slowly but surely, you start breaking those walls that entrench people in really bad ideas, right? Now, if you've banned them, you don't even see the bullshit that they're spewing. So there's no one that can push back. There's no one that can ask this person, hey, can you defend this position? This really fucked up position that you have? Could you defend it, please? There's no one there, right? This person is now just screaming into an echo chamber where all their followers are listening and bad ideas tend to, breed bad ideas. I can't remember what it's called, but so as much as a content creator or any person really have influence over their viewers. So if you watch a left-leaning content creator, so someone that's a lot more on the left, that content creator will undoubtedly pull a lot of their viewers more towards the left. But then a very interesting phenomena starts to take place where the viewers start pulling the content creator more towards the left. Before that content creator realizes it, they have become far left due to how the audience keeps pulling them to the left, how everything keeps becoming more and more left-wing. The same happens on the right. Eventually, they pull each other so far to one of the sides, and no one knows how the fuck they got there. So you have to be very careful with this shit. And, if you ban someone off of a place like Twitter, how do you control this? Is there any way to control what people say? No. That's the whole point of speech. You can't control what people say and who listens to what people say. Hitler is perhaps the best example of this. The German government at the time banned the Nazi Party. They made the Nazi Party a terrorist organization. So much so that Hitler had to privately, in secret, preach in bars and taverns across Germany, and his following exploded as a result of this. Because instead of allowing him to speak in public, where others could push back on those ideas, he was able to spew his fucked up ideas in taverns and bars with no one to stand up and say, here's a thought. Let's not kill the Jews. You know, like there was no one that got up and said, radical idea, but what if we didn't do this? Like, what would happen? Like, ultimately, you know, what would go wrong if we just said, no, let's not kill all the Jews? There was no one to do that because no one else heard it. It was literally just the people that came to listen to him, and slowly but surely they got even fucking more entrenched in their bullshit ideas, and then we got concentration camps and shit. So I'm not for the banning of anyone on social media platforms, because at the end of the day, these social media platforms have very much replaced what we would call the square, the public square that we used to have. They've been replaced, right? Ceviche, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, brother. Subscriber on YouTube for years now. I downloaded Twitch just to catch you live. Bro, very happy to have you here, brother. Trump got jealous of the publicity that COVID got compared to himself, which was kind of funny. I want to joke so much, but will not. Gilgamesh, what do you want to joke about? The Fane's argument statement covered by a lawyer? Man, that the newsroom from novel was brutal. Wait, was it brutal? So should we watch it? Raskip, how you doing, brother? I mean, I'm streaming this early because I have a lot of load shedding, and I don't always know how the load shedding is, like, how it's going to be affected throughout the day. Because currently, as things stand, we can go from many, like, or no load shedding to a lot of load shedding within an hour. Like, literally, ESCOM will send a single update that just says, oh, by the way, we've moved it to stage 6. And then, you know, I'll find out that my power goes out in an hour from now. So I can't really have a plan of saying, okay, I'll start streaming at 10 o'clock and then we'll stream to 4 or 5 o'clock. I could find out 10 to 10. Oh, never mind. My power's going out now until 12 and then it will be out again from 4 to 6. And it's like, well, fuck all my plans. So I'm basically now in the process of whenever I have time, I stream. And yeah, hopefully there's people that show up for that shit. That's sort of the plan right now. Watch it. I haven't seen the interview yet. Okay, we will watch the interview, I promise. But before we do that, I do have to do a little bit of maintenance. Now, I have edited all of the videos from last week already yesterday. I managed to finish all of that. But I have not, like, I still need to make some thumbnails. Ceviche, you bastard. With the tier 1 sub. Bro, welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Emiko, how you doing? Just migrate, bro? Yeah, I mean, if it was that easy, I promise you I would. If it was that easy. It's very expensive to migrate. You guys do realize that, right? It's like fucking stupidly expensive to migrate. Alright, let's just quickly see here. Okay, this video is tonight's video. So we have to... How many logged in this previous weekend to WoW and just said no thanks and just Alt F4'd? I've been actually having a lot of fun in WoW. Like, not gonna lie, I have been having a lot of fun in WoW. $4 out for you. Free weekend, by the way. I appreciate the clean desktop. Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't understand why people have just an incredible amount of fucking icons on their desktops. It would drive me nuts. I have icons on this side as well. 3. So on this side, it's my OBS and my like things that I need for streaming is on this monitor over there, the second monitor, and then on this monitor is only the most important things. I've been enjoying the revamped Prot Warrior. I think the way that WoW is working right now is pretty cool. I've been enjoying it. Like, obviously, I've not been playing like a crazy man or anything, right? I've only been playing, like once a day. I'll do the world boss if it's up, and maybe I'll do a dungeon or so. Oh, I did Halundris this past weekend on LFR. What a fun experience. What a fun experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you have time and you really want to do something that is just super fun, do yourself a favor and, do some LFR. It's really cool. The people in LFR is really friendly. They really understand why LFR exist, if that makes sense. Like, they really understand why LFR exists, which is always just nice, I felt so at home when the first thing I read when I logged into the LFR is, "You stupid fucks, what are you doing?" It felt like home. Felt like coming home. Just the love that reverberated through the entire LFR experience. I can't even begin to explain to you guys. Reading people complaining about low DPS, people who aren't following the tactics, telling everyone else that they suck dick. It was like coming home after a good time. After a good long time. It was like coming home. I really enjoyed it. I'm normally a normal heroic player, but lately in LFR, I've noticed less toxicity, which is nice. I would say there was a lot of toxicity in the one that I did. So people died on Halundris quite a lot. There were a lot of people that... I mean, it was my first time doing it, right? So my first pull, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. I very quickly realized that the balls, so one of the balls on the other side of the room, these light balls, hit the boss and it did like a massive fucking explosion. And I immediately was like, okay, wait, I think we have to stop these balls. So I kind of ran to one of the balls and just stood in like literally between it and the boss so that it would just constantly hit me in the back. I'm a warlock, so I build enough shield throughout so that it doesn't really do that much damage to me. So I soaked the balls, and then I died when the boss sort of walks towards another room, and I didn't know that the wall was coming up. So, you kind of have to be through the wall before that thing pushes you to the side or pushes you away. So I died there, which sucked dick, but, is what it is. Second pull, I realized, now I knew exactly what I was doing. So... I tried to help other people, but every single time I tried to help other people, someone in chat would be like, "Shut the fuck up, dude, look at your DPS." I'm like, bro, look at my item level. I have 200, at the time I had something like 232 item level, so of course I'm not doing DPS, right? I'm not there to do DPS, I'm literally there because I want to see the fucking raid. But I'm trying to help people do the tactics, because it wasn't a DPS problem, it was just a tactic problem. But no one wants to fucking talk about the tactics. Everyone just wants to talk about the DPS. And then I just went, well, fuck it then, If you're not allowed to tell people, hey, bro, try to soak the balls and healers, try to spread a little bit more. But, you're not allowed to say that until you have, like, all the DPS, then I won't say anything. And that will just be it. Alden, how you doing? Zakimi, how you doing? Why so early? I already explained it. Load shedding, Zakimi. Like, there's nothing else I can say, really. Load shedding is happening, and we have to be, like... We just have to make do with what we've got. What do you guys think? Good enough picture? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do that. Let's see what kind of picture we can pull. Amonthul doesn't get a lot of clicks, but I don't know what else to use. I don't know what other picture I can use for this specific video. So the video is about Amonthul's plan. Was everything part of Amonthul's plan? If you guys were to pick a picture for a title like this, what would you say? Get him out of here. How you doing, bro? South Africa did not announce war with China. What? Dude, I highly call bullshit on that one. South Africa wouldn't declare... Are you saying South Africa declared war alongside China? Or with China? No, of course. What the fuck, dude? We would get destroyed. Our military once went to go help in the middle of Africa with some kind of fucking military thing. And within the first week, they lost. And they weren't even supposed to fight. They were literally supposed to be there to help keep the peace. And, you know, insurgents just fucked our military in a week. So, no, South Africa has no chance. It would not declare war against anyone. It would be stupid. Especially not China. China is like our biggest partner. Amonthul with puppet strings over BBEGs of WoW. McDonough, you bastard, with a gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat? Thank you, thank you, thank you, bro. Was this according to his plan? What the fuck could I choose there? Because I don't like using Amonthul's face in videos. Because his face really doesn't sell. Most people don't click on videos with Amonthul's face. I think I have an idea, chat. This might be risky, but I think I have an idea. Let's see. Sausage egg muffin right now? Amonthul does his plan. I may have an idea, but I'm not entirely sure how it would work. Let's quickly see here. What pictures do I have? Fuck. Wait. I should have this. Oh, some of these pictures didn't work out the way that I had hoped. Did it? You know, that seems to have been fixed. Okay, so we have to find the right picture. And this is not it. That's not it. Because it just doesn't look good. Asmongold's face? Yeah, that would be super clickbait, considering I don't talk about Asmongold in the video at all. So we could probably go. Be super clickbait. That wouldn't work. No, that wouldn't work. What am I saying? Sorry, I just had to record and re-record. So, what's your next question, Grisco?
So my next question is, do you think it's possible that Sargeras, Zuval, even the Titan's own death and eventual return to the seat of the Pantheon was actually part of either theirs or Amonthul's original plan? given what he seems capable of seeing. And this was so. My next question is: do you think it's possible that Sargeras, Zuval, even the Titan's own death and eventual return to the seat of the Pantheon was actually part of either theirs or Amonthul's original plan?
Okay, so we could use any event in World of Warcraft and just use that because it is about more like broad scale Amonthul plans. No? Sargeras is a difficult one, Giant Rat Guy. There's not many good pictures online of Sargeras. The only picture that there is a really old one. That wouldn't really work. Big Traveling, how you doing, bro? I mean, we could try. See, the thing is, this is the only, I think, picture you can you can use this one. Let's see how this works, shall we? So you could use this picture. But I'm gonna have to make... Fuck, this is gonna take a while. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Big D sword. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the only picture I can think of that might work relatively well. All of the other pictures of Sargeras would either not be recognizable within the few seconds that you have available. So if I tried to show Sargeras in his original form, the amount of people that would actually know what the fuck I'm referring to would be, well, let's just say, yeah, not really. It wouldn't work. Like, you have to think, people have a minute amount of time to decide whether or not they want to watch a video. If you choose the wrong picture, and they don't really give a fuck about whatever the hell is on the screen enough to really try and figure out what it is that you're trying to show them, they just won't. They just won't click. And then you've just basically wasted a lot of your fucking time making a video that no one's clicking on. Which, that sucks monkey dick. I mean, that is one of the worst things ever. I don't really care about this much. We already kind of have all of this set up, so go out to here, get this bit in there. Probably want to capture all of this, actually. All right, now we can go in and quickly do a couple of refinements here, shall we, chat? Fuck. What if this can be cut a little, I think. Because the more we can refine this, the better it will look in the end. That's fine. All right, after this, we'll watch the novel interview. I just have 2 more thumbnails that I have to make, and then we should be good. Okay, fuck. I know, but some faith in humanity keeps you from alt-F4ing. You have scientifically between 2 and 3 seconds to sell your thumb to someone. Savitchi, exactly. Would spark my interest, all the cosmic stuff with WoW, and never really got wrapped up. So yeah, I'd check it. Big Traveling, I do appreciate that. But you have to, like, dude, I have to think in terms of every single fucking human on the planet, or at least all of the WoW players, right? I have to think in terms of what would they click on. And that's where things get really fucked up. Like, that's where you get to, like, the seriously dog shit things. Because everyone will click on different things. Not everyone's going to click on the same thing. And I'm not sure how big of a thing Sargeras is still. I'm hoping Sargeras is at least to some people still interesting. I think that works reasonably well. Himiko, fuck you. I might change this a little though. Why is it throwing... What is bringing that glow? Okay, that white bit is problematic as fuck. See, that bit there is really problematic to me. I wonder if we could do something about that. A little big, a little smaller. Yeah, it looks a little better. All right, now we just have to figure out the text. Fuck. What do I text this thumbnail as? Oh my god, okay, that looks just horrible. What is that? See, this is a massive problem. Erasure tool. Okay, that should work better. These things, no? Yeah, but it's figuring out the right amount of clickbait. Like, I don't like clickbait that gets too heavy. So I don't mind clickbait, but I don't want to lie to people. So I'm usually very careful with my thumbnails to make sure that whatever is in the thumbnail has to at least correlate to some extent with the video. Because, I mean, I could put anything in here and it would ultimately get views. But you'd also risk losing your audience over bullshit that isn't actually supposed to be there. Or if it's not being discussed in the video at all, now you've just made a thumbnail that doesn't correlate with the actual video in any way, shape, or form. So I don't want to do shit like that. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure. Just this plan could work. It's if we did we said it was plan. I don't like it. Just instantly don't fucking like it. Standard Hamster, how you doing? Let's see what it looks like with color and shit, but I can already tell you I don't fucking like this. So that would be the thumbnail. The grand scheme. I like that. That's actually probably better. But how would we make that work? Gilgamesh, take care of yourself, brother. What if we did something like this? Hold up, I have another idea. Puppets. And then we go. Is Puppet Master one word or 2 words, chat? It's 2 words, no? Yeah, it is 2 words. Alright. So we'll do puppets of the master. And then we just have to put this in order. So it goes puppets. Why is there a 5 there? What the fuck? Puppets of the and of the have to be much smaller. I think of the has to be even smaller. Let's just quickly copy this layer style. Puppets of the Puppet Master. It's too long. That's too many fucking words. That won't work either. It's the index of this video. Amanthul planned everything. That's basically what the video is about. Like, everything went according to Amanthul's plan. Yeah. I mean, there's ways of getting around this, I think. Like, there are ways of getting around this. Let's see. Let's see if there's a way. I prefer to have 2 to 3 words. But you could do something like this. And then what you could do is perspective. Make it look a little bit like that. Bring it in a little. Like so. And now if you make it 30%, which is how a thumbnail on YouTube would look, it looks horrible. No? Dog fast because no one would click on that. That's the issue, right? Big sword damage, no one's going to click. People's just going to be like, well, that's the point of this. The great plan. Let's try that. And then we could probably make the smaller. Probably make the quite a little smaller. The great plan, we could give a little bit more body. And the plan bit we can give a little bit more body to as well, just to make it stand out a bit more. Alright, so if we do this, we go paste in some layer styles. This is probably better almost immediately. I would say this is better. Savage again. Usually going for funny thumbnails. So this is a very WoW thing, because with a lot of other things you could do that absolutely and it would work. But for some reason when it comes to the WoW audience, at least my audience, if I try to go for like joking thumbnails, you get very few people that click. Like the majority of people just like, nope, don't want to watch that. I want serious lore. So if we do a little bit of inversion, right, and we maybe blow it up just slightly, maybe give it a bit of a twist, put it right up there. What do you guys think? See, wait, I wonder. No, wait, make it bigger, but take it up a bit more. Like this. And then like that. So now the sword comes through. So you have the grate and then plan is behind the sword a little. Does that offer a little bit like more? What do you guys think? Best thumbnail so far? Lol. That does not say much for my fucking thumbnailing. Looks good. Alright. So then this video has a thumbnail. That's good news. I'm happy with that. Now we need to work on getting it right so that it can be scheduled. Okay. Now it's title time. Do I like this? Do we like this, chat? What if Amanthal planned everything? Would you click on that? Would that entice you enough to want to see what this is about? Maybe the what if should just be normal. Let's see what that looked like instead. What if Amanthal planned everything? I mean, it's a working title. We'll come back to it. But instantly click that. I'm happy to hear that. I will at least have 2 views. That's good news. All right, so I think that has all the keywords that you could really want to put into a video. There we go. The great plan. Just like so. One minute. Yeah, that's fine. So what's everyone else up to while I'm doing thumbnails? What are you guys doing? Let's schedule this. Vibing. Dinkelberg, how you doing, brother? You just vibing, bro. That's fine. Learning preservation healing. I've heard from people that preservation healing might be one of the most fun healing specs in World of Warcraft currently. A lot of people have said that it's just absolutely fucking amazing. So, yeah, really. I'm not a healer, sadly. If I was, I would probably check it out myself. I do like the DPS. I think as far as DPS goes, it's actually not that bad. Far oddly reminds me of my Wrath Racer Druid days. Doing some weeklies in Warframe before school, now vibing. Nice. I'm about to head to bed. Miracos, what time is it there? Okay, how does the Emperor see the future of Warhammer 40k lore and history? Alright, now we're going to a whole new universe, ladies and gentlemen. A whole new universe over here. I wonder how many people are currently watching this thinking, wait, what the fuck is this? I wonder how many people would see this and know what it is. I'm assuming most Warhammer fans would know exactly what this is. I might find a better picture. Let's see. Might go... Let's see what large pictures we have of this. Just looks just like you, Buckers. Diabetes, how you doing, bro? I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Emperor of Mankind is pretty much dead at this point. But what I've seen and heard, I might give it a go. So, depends on... What do you mean like, what would you like to give a go, Kinsman? Because there's a shit ton of Warhammer 40k games. And then, of course, there's also all of the Warhammer tabletop stuff. Like one more drag, then you'll understand. Take one more drag? How so? I don't understand, bro. See, I'm just not sure if people will actually understand what the fuck this is. Warhammer people will probably know. Yeah. Saying playing Warhammer really doesn't say anything. Because there's so many fucking games in Warhammer, bro. Like, there's the tabletop, but then even that doesn't mean much, because what do you want to play with a tabletop? Do you want to be a Space Marine? Which chapter do you want to be? There's a shit ton of chapters to choose from. Like, what kind of gameplay do you want there? Do you want to play tanks, heavy artillery, more, Imperial Guardsmen with a couple of Space Marines? Do you want Custodes? Do you want Battle Sisters of Silence? Do you want Inquisitors? And even with that, there's like a shit ton of other things that you have to keep in mind. Grey Knights and all the rest of it. And then you could say, no, but I want to play one of the Xenos races. Then it's like, what Xenos race and how exactly do you want to play the Xenos races? And then you could say, well, fuck it, I don't want to play tabletop. And then it's like, okay, do you want to play RTS? Because there's RTS games. Do you want to play more like turn-based? Because there's a shit ton of turn-based games. Do you want to play first-person shooter or third-person shooter? Because there is at least one of those. Do you want to play something more akin to like a Civilization almost? Because kind of Gothic Battlefleet Armada is kind of like that. So there's so much in the Warhammer universe. Like saying I just want to... It's kind of like saying, so I've been thinking about getting into the Warhammer universe. I might give it a go. It's like, all right, bro. Let's. Where do we begin? What exactly do you want to get into? Because everything in the Warhammer universe is fragmented. So if you want to get into the Warhammer universe, most people will tell you have to read the 70 books on the Horus Heresy. So once you finish the Horus Heresy books, which I believe is 70, then you have a pretty decent understanding of how the universe came to be. But from there, you kind of have to go, okay, well, who do you want to learn about? Because if you want to know more about the Necrons, for example, there's books for them. If you want to learn more about the Tyranids, there will be books that include them. If you want to learn more about the orcs, there's going to be books for those. If you want to learn more about the Imperium of Man, there's going to be shit tons of books, because again, the Imperium of Man is completely fragmented. Right now, I'm reading the Dark Imperium. This is all about Guilliman and the Ultramarines, and also the successor chapters and all the rest of it. I think, Kenjamin, as far as books in Warhammer go, I think I was told there's something like, is it 600 or something books that currently exist in the Warhammer franchise? Spanning its entire universe. There's like an absolute fuck ton of books within this universe. Like, I would say that it is most likely the largest fantasy universe ever created. I don't think there's a single fantasy universe that even comes close to what the Warhammer 40k universe is. Imiko, are you asking seriously, or are you asking just as a, how do you even find that out? Tabletop RPG? Yeah, Kenjamin. This universe is fucking massive, bro. Like, this universe is large. Seriously, I never was in 40k. Okay, so the Emperor of Man is literally as it says. He is the Emperor of mankind. He took power on Earth when humanity was on the verge of basically destroying itself. And he took power with these Thunder Warriors that basically destroyed all of the warring clans. Like, all of the clans that were sort of waging war and trying to subvert and enslave humanity. The Emperor of Mankind is a perpetual, which means that he can never die. The lore about how the Emperor of Man came to be is spotty at best. No one really knows how the Emperor of Man came to be. Most believe that the Emperor has always been alive. He has lived since the start of humanity. So he saw the very first humans. And he's just always kept to the shadows, watching, learning, waiting for the moment that humanity would need him most. And that happened to be, I can't remember. What year was it, Warhammer fans, that the Emperor of Man and the Thunder Warriors, like what millennium did that take place? I don't know, that Chris Mason did World of Warcraft based on 40k? Not so much 40k. World of Warcraft was more based on Warhammer Fantasy. Whereas 40k StarCraft is more based around like Warhammer 40k. Around 30,000. Okay, so around the year or the millennium, the 30,000 millennium, the Emperor of Man took power. And then the Emperor of Man brought the Golden Age of Technology, which basically made humanity the strongest species in the galaxy. Like, there was just nothing that could fight humanity. In fact, here's how scary humanity was. So, if you don't know anything about the Warhammer universe, there is this race. It's the Xenos race, and it's called the Orcs, right? Spelled O-R-K-S, Orcs. And the Orcs, basically, they just want war. So, if there's an enemy to fight, the Orcs will fight the enemy. As soon as there is no more enemies to fight, the Orcs will fight each other. That's just, the Orcs literally just war. That's it. Just war. That's it. They don't give a fuck about anything else. They don't care about technological advancements. They don't give a fuck about how they live, how beautiful their planets may be. They don't care about any of that shit. Social cohesion and crap. They just fight wars. And the way their DNA works is the more they fight and the harder the opponent they fight, the stronger they get. But then came humanity during the Age of the Emperor. And humanity was so strong that the Orcs didn't even have time to get strong fighting humanity. Humanity was so overpowered that it would literally they would kill the Orcs before the Orcs could even get strong. So what the Orcs did is they signed non-aggressive treaties with the Imperium of Man. They were like, look, we don't want to fight you. They will fight anything else, but not you. Anything else is fine, but we don't want to fight you because there's no fucking point. We can't win this. And then the Emperor died because his own son killed him. Well, he's not dead. This is the Emperor. So the guy you see here, this is the Emperor on the golden throne. At least this is how artists imagine the Emperor to look. He sits on the golden throne. He doesn't speak. He's perpetually in a state of decay. So he is basically a rotting corpse. He is kept alive by sacrificing anywhere from 1,500 to 15,000 Psyker souls every single day. Those numbers vary depending on who the fuck you ask, because most people are speculating at this point. But yeah, he's basically being kept alive by humanity. And the only reason humanity is keeping him alive is without him, they can't travel the warp. And if they can't travel the warp, humanity dies. Because it would take far too long without the warp to travel from planet to planet. So they kind of need the Emperor to show them where to go and where not to go. And this is humanity now. Is so far away from its golden age. It's crazy. Blood for the God Empress calls for the golden throne. Oh yeah, Freya, how you doing? Van Onkerton, how you doing, bro? My question was, when did the Emperor and the Thunder Warriors conquer Terra? And people said it was the 30th millennium. Kenjamin, no. No, if they remove the Emperor from the Golden Throne, their ability to travel the warp is instantly dead. So you have to understand, the warp is a place of incredible chaos. And the warp is also where the chaos gods reside, but also where some of the scariest things in the universe exist. So if you just went into the warp without the, I believe it's called the Astronomicon, I could be wrong, but if you went into the warp with no way to know where the fuck you are. So basically what is happening currently is because the Emperor sits the Golden Throne, whenever humanity enters the warp, they can see where the Golden Throne is. So they can see where Terra is. And because they can see where Terra is, this allows them to figure out where they're traveling to. So they can basically, based on where Terra is and based on where they are, they can know what direction to travel to go to other planets and go to other star systems and things like this, right? So the Emperor is sort of like, yeah, he's like a beacon. And based on that beacon, they can know where to go. Without that beacon, they would have no idea where they're going. And the warp is effectively infinitely big. So if you get lost in the warp and you do not see the beacon of the Emperor, you'll be traveling forever. Like, literally, you'll be stuck inside the warp forever with no ability to escape, unless, of course, you escape by accident. So, yeah, they kind of desperately need the Emperor. Zofia, holy shit, 51 months part of the DJ Nation at tier 2. I really appreciate you, Sophia. How you doing? Is the beacon the lighthouse? Yeah. Out of the warp, literally inside a sun. Highly unlikely, but still. Yeah, the thing is, you wouldn't know where you are. You wouldn't know what you're doing inside the warp. So this is why they need the Emperor alive. Because the Emperor tells them where they are. Gotta get up at 5. What time is it now, Sophia? It's okay, so I'll just say this to anyone that wants to get into this universe. It is arguably one of the greatest universes ever designed. They have thought of everything. Like, every single thing in this universe have its strengths, has its weaknesses, but more importantly, it's such a logical universe, considering the fact that it's based on space aliens and things. The logical nature of the universe is just incredible. Like, for example, the Primarchs that fell to the Chaos Gods. When you read about how those Primarchs were, it makes sense that they fell to the Chaos Gods. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I had alerts muted. Fuck. Zofia with the 5 community subs. 5 new bodies for the meat grinder. Really appreciate that. Can I have some hearts in chat, please? Happy early Turkey Day. Oh, shit. When is your Turkey Day? Better than Tolkien's universe, would you say? Big traveling for me, yes, but that's just because I've always been very much in love with sci-fi, right? I don't mind fantasy stuff, but sci-fi is sort of my thing. So that would be the only reason why I would put it ahead of Tolkien's universe, but I don't think that's entirely fair, because Tolkien's universe really inspired all other universes. So it would not be fair to really say that Tolkien can go up against Warhammer 40k, because there's a great argument to be made that if Tolkien didn't write, The Lord of the Rings and all those, then none of these universes would have existed in their in the way that they exist now. Tolkien made it possible for just incredible universes to exist, right? And yeah, I wouldn't take that away from him. And if you read Warhammer books, there are places where you can see a little bit of Tolkien influence, not on the nose influence, but there's definitely Tolkien influence in some of the things that's written there, and a lot of actually H.P. Lovecraft stuff as well in there. For everything multi-fantasy in the West and beyond, yeah, I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that. Goedemorgen, Akko. How you doing? Jake Reaper, how you doing, brother? How's the load shedding there by your side, if I may ask? Not great, bro. I mean, it's better than the rest of the country, but it's still not fucking great. It's still just horrible. No Tolkien, the whole fantasy would not have existed. It probably would have existed, but it wouldn't have been anywhere near as broad and encompassing. Because what Tolkien did for the fantasy universe ultimately is Tolkien proved that you could have a universe with just incredible complexity and people would be able to follow it. You know, prior to Tolkien, most of the fantasy that we had was incredibly shallow. It was sort of like layer fantasy, because they didn't really think that people could have these giant worlds. You know, if you go back to like the old German stories, Hansel and Gretel and things like that, right? You're dealing with very surface level fantasy, sort of grim, dark kind of things, right? But no one ever really dreamt of making an entire world and making it intricate and putting politics and things into it. No one ever dreamt of shit like that. Whereas Tolkien came and proved that, no, you can absolutely do that, and people have the ability to follow it, and people love that shit. So, you know, from there, it was just a cascading effect. You know, H.P. Lovecraft came from Tolkien and really, you know, built an entire universe of his own, and a lot of writers attributed to that. You have the Conan, the guy that wrote Conan, that found a lot of inspiration from H.P. Lovecraft, but also a lot of inspiration from Tolkien. So there's just giant universes that was built, and all of it was because of Tolkien. So yeah, I wouldn't say that you can really compare anyone to Tolkien. I've been going deep into Tolkien the last couple of years, and he sure was impressive. Oh yeah, Phantom Evil, how you doing, bro? And Himiko, to answer your question, no, there is no end to Warhammer. Yeah, just would not exist. Because, I mean, if there was an end, it would basically be when everything is destroyed. Sophia, yes. So due to load shedding, I sort of have to steal stream time, which, you know, sucks, but at least it makes it possible for some of the American viewers to come watch, you know, and come hang out. So I think that's cool. Because previously I would have started streaming only around 10, and then most of you would be asleep already. So, you know, the fact that I started, so we've been streaming for, how long have we been streaming for? Like an hour and a half maybe now, because we were live for 15 minutes and then the stream dropped. So maybe like an hour and a half that we've been streaming for. Yeah, well, yeah, EU can watch, but I mean, the times that I stream Raskif, EU can pretty much always watch. That's the nice thing about EU. Because my time is EU time effectively, except for the stupid fucking clock changes that you guys go through. Where I still don't understand why you change your watches the whole time, but I guess that's just what you do. But outside of that, my time is the same as you guys, so it doesn't really matter. It's more the Americans that's a real problem, because the fucking The Americans are either like 8 hours behind me, sometimes 10, and those people on the fucking West Coast is like 12 hours behind me. So it makes it really fucking difficult. Yeah, I don't understand why you guys have like daylight savings time. We don't do that shit in South Africa. Just not at all. I was behind you? Yeah. To a degree, time change stupid. America does weird shit, okay? Don't hate me. Not America, though, because Europe does it the same way. During winter, there's much less daylight. Yeah, but fuck. Like, that even matters. Like, there's much less day. Like, you changing your clock does not make the daylight more or less. It's still the same amount of daylight. You know, all that, you know, if people wanted more daylight, they could just wake up earlier. This whole, oh yeah, we'll trick them by having them change the clock 1 hour earlier or 1 hour later, depending on, like, what the fuck's the point? You start at 5:30 for me today. You lucky, my sleeping schedule is fucked. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Yeah, Britain is 2 hours behind me now, which is weird. Okay, so what do I fucking name this, chat? We're talking too much. I'm not getting my work done, chat. You're distracting me. Changing my clock makes more daylight. You can't make me think any differently. All right, bro. Pitch black by 5 p.m. We have a... Like, where I live in Cape Town now. Dude, the daylight is fucking wild here, bro. Like, you guys know, so I go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening, right? Every night, 9 o'clock. I go to bed, I go to sleep, because I have to be up at 4 a.m. By 9 o'clock, it's still light out. Like, the sun is setting by, like, the sun starts setting about 8:30 in the evening. So by 9 o'clock, it's still sort of light out. It is wild, dude. Like, knowing that I'm about to go to bed, but it's still light out. It just fucks me up, dude. It's dark around 3, 4 p.m. No, in winter time, Cape Town is dark around 6 o'clock. Like, maybe 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. And then the sun comes up at around 6:30 maybe in winter. Summer now, the sun comes up at about 5 a.m. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, around 5 a.m. is when the sun starts coming up. I'd say about like 5:30, it's probably up already. And then it goes down, like, as I said, about 8:30 to 9. Yeah, I remember when we got here around 10 o'clock. So at the height of summer, at around 10 o'clock, you would still be able to go to the beach, and it would still be pretty much like that would be sort of dusk. So you'd then have that dusky look. But at 9 o'clock, you could still go to the beach and it would look like daytime. Oh shit! Do you guys know what I finished watching yesterday? House of the Dragon. Have any of you watched that? Or how many of you have watched that? Of course, it was great. Yeah, I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. EU to abandon data savings changes, but it's been in process for years. Game of Thrones stuff again. First 4 episodes. Not yet. Like, I can tell you guys, I've watched all 10 episodes now. And I think it's phenomenal. Like, just the political intrigue, and I think season 2 is going to be epic. I genuinely think season 2 is going to be absolutely fucking epic. Views that are at minimum like 1 hour a piece. Jesus. I like Milky. It was actually great. That's how you use source material. The first season was like 160 pages in the book. I think it was just phenomenal. But sadly, it was less than in Game of Thrones. Here we go. I mean, I don't give a fuck about the sex scenes. If I want to see actual sex, I can just go watch porn. I don't give a shit about that. No, I loved the political intrigue. I also loved the way in which they use the different characters and play to the different characters' strengths. So, for example, the main in the series is very much like brute force, let's just go, let's do whatever the fuck we want to, like you would expect most men to act, sort of, I can do what I want kind of thing. But then you go to the women, the female characters in the story, and it's a lot more subtle. Like they do a lot more scheming and a lot more like everyone is trying to gain power. Don't get me wrong. All the men are trying to get power, all the women are trying to get power, but they have very different ways of approaching this power that they're ultimately trying to seek, which just creates this incredible dynamic throughout the story of watching these different elements and different people trying to get their fucking way and trying to work out what the right thing is. It's fucking awesome. It is so cool. I can't wait for season 2. On the nude female actors, there's not many nude scenes, to be honest with you. It's far less, I would say, indulgent than the Game of Thrones things. So in Game of Thrones, they really did push the indulgence on, like, it was sort of like the first ever TV series that, went full on nude stuff and just crazy. So they really went like hardcore in it. This time around, it's a lot more muted. There's some scenes with nude stuff, but it's very brief. It's like brief moments of nudity, and then it's gone, and then it moves on to the rest of the story. Oh yeah, like Game of Thrones really went hardcore on that shit. Whereas, yeah, this time around, a lot more muted. That's what I like about George R. R. Martin. He's like, yes, Aragorn became king and his reign was full of peace. But what was his tax plan? Okay, so I have a question for you guys. Do you think... how do I spoil this? I don't want to spoil this for anyone that hasn't watched it yet. Fuck, I can't really ask this because there's too many of you that haven't watched the show yet. Need to work, chat. Shut up. Oh yeah, House of Dragons. Yeah, that's usually what fucking happens, right? So I'm trying to think, how can I... Okay, so for everyone in chat that has watched it, I have a question for you. Do you think the king thought he was talking to his daughter or that he was talking to his queen? I think that way no one that hasn't watched it will know anything. Almost a foot of snow this past week. I hate you, Sophia. Wow, some of you think that it's the daughter. Some of you think it's the queen. I think he thought he was talking to his daughter. Was the only one who knew about that story? True. That's actually true. Yes, that is actually true. So many times I didn't even think of that. Not even Daemon knew about that story. And that Daemon was his brother. And not even Daemon had a clue about this story. Oh, that kind of proves it, no? That proves that he thought he was speaking with his daughter. Who died at childbirth? As in maybe the heir was told the story? Yeah, I remember now. He actually, after he named her heir, he was sitting in that room and then he told her about the story. Something that only the heir is allowed to know. This one can probably be slightly bigger. Make it a little bit bigger. Put it down. And this one can be smaller. Put it there. Fuck, I hope this actually works. I don't know if this is gonna work, but, you know, I hope it does work. Blasphemous Crow, you bastard, with the tier 1 sub. 16 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Would it be better in white, chat? Or would it be better in yellow? So if I changed it to like white, do you think that looks better? You prefer the yellow? CC, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Yellow and white for me. See, this goes against everything. This goes against everything that you know about thumbnail design. Because, yeah, with thumbnail design, these are too many words. But I can't think of another way to fucking explain this. So we'll just do this. Because, yeah, I don't know what other thumbnail to make here. All right, we're gonna, right after this, we're gonna watch the novel interview. Super late for me. Have a good night, all. Sophia, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. And also for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I still don't. If it's, wait. If it is a good life to live, like the Emperor, it seems very boring. Oh, Whiskey Ranch. I get really, like, I get a feeling of despair whenever I think about the Emperor of Man. I do get a feeling of despair because I don't think I could live like that. Oh, the Emperor New could also work. It creates a sort of fundamental question, no? Maybe, let's see if this works. Let's say we did this, right? So we put New over there, make it, maybe that's a bit small. We make Emperor a lot bigger because he is the Emperor of Man. He deserves to be bigger. No? Hey, Odzina, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then, like so, but then the new part. We have to figure out what we're gonna do with the new. So the new can either be over here or over here. What do you guys think? Odzina, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Does it look better on this side? I think it actually does. Yeah, it looks better on the new on that side. Well, I could go for the more like major kill style, but the video isn't really in like the major kill style. So it wouldn't work as well. Like major kills, his thumbnails work because that is his style. Now, this is where we get into a fundamental question. Do we put it on the left? So do we put it here? Do we put it in the middle? I kind of like it more on the left. I like it here in the corner. The thing is, if you do it that much, it'll start looking stupid. Also, you want to think about eye catching, right? So what you want to think about is what catches the eye better. And because it's sort of off-center, the human eye is almost always drawn to things that is a little bit off-center, that doesn't look right. And that could literally make someone that's just scrolling through YouTube looking for a video going, whoa, that doesn't look right. They notice and like, oh, wow, Emperor knew. What did the Emperor know? I need to go check this out. Let's see. So, yeah, I'm really hoping that this has that effect. It's going to suck if it doesn't, but, you know. It just is what it is. All right, let's just quickly name this shit. Warhammer 40k lore and history. Hey, Necro GG, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't want to sound weird, but the Emperor is a prisoner and no life. Like, that is worth holding on to, even if it is a ruling power. It's like the sin of gluttony. Ish, my brain hurts thinking of that rabbit hole. So, Whiskey Ranch, what would be your answer to that then? If you could change anything in the Warhammer universe, how would you change that? Let's say they gave you full rights to do it. How would you change it? Wait, no, fuck. There we go. Of one for the well-being of any, or even at all. I would put the writing, you have it now, at the top, in my opinion. It looks unsatisfying with the writing being at the bottom, with the bottom part being shorter than the top part. Hard to get into words right now, what I mean. Minuar, so the problem with putting it at the top, if we were to go with putting it at the top, now you've just completely covered the Emperor's face. Right? So you really can't be doing that. To try to change these stories, so many strings it is attached to. So here's the thing. Yes, the Emperor might be in pain. Yes, the way in which they keep the Emperor alive might be absolutely brutal and horrible. I do what Game of Thrones did, families and houses passing the torch. This sounds more natural than a cycle. Oh, the Whiskey Ranch. Okay, so you make the fundamental mistake of thinking that the Emperor is only alive because he rules. No. The Emperor is alive because without the Emperor, humanity is doomed. It has nothing to do with the Emperor ruling. The Emperor doesn't really rule. So Terra has a high council of influential individuals, and every world in the Imperium of Man have their own high council that basically rules these worlds, and then the High Council of Terra, they make most of the rules for Terra as well as for the Imperium of Man. The Emperor of Man is alive because without it, humanity can't travel the warp. And if humanity can't travel the warp, every world in the Imperium of Man dies. It is cut off from every other world. Considering how compartmentalized the Imperium of Man is. You have worlds that create food, you have worlds that design war machines, you have worlds that design ships, you have worlds that breed soldiers. You know, almost every single world have very specific things that it is very good at and that it operates under, and not all worlds could survive without the other worlds there. So if you have a giant forge world, for example, a giant forge world cannot survive if it doesn't have a world that can provide food. Right? So it requires a world to provide food in order for it to actually burn the forges and for people to be able to eat. So there's like a shit ton of intricacies within that. But if you remove the warp, humanity can't have it would take decades to go from one world to the other to get the goods and services from one world where it is provided or where it is created to the world that requires it. So ultimately, you know, that's why the Emperor is kept alive, is because without him, they can't travel the warp. By traveling 500 bits, dude, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a fantasy, not really into sci-fi fan, can you go into the Warhammer lore without needing 40k to understand the universe? So, big traveling, there's two different universes in Warhammer. There is the Warhammer Fantasy, and then there's the Warhammer 40k. Fantasy and 40k have nothing to do with each other. They have overlap insofar as, so for example, the Chaos Gods for Fantasy and the Chaos Gods for Warhammer 40k is similar. But in terms of story and world, it has nothing to do with each other. So you could absolutely go into Warhammer Fantasy and you don't even have to give a fuck about the 40k thing. This is where me and Apocalypse have had many disagreements and arguments, because Apocalypse is a fantasy nerd. He loves the fantasy side. He doesn't mind the 40k side. He likes that too, but he's far more into the fantasy stuff, whereas I am just balls to the wall into the 40k universe, brother. Like, that's all I give a shit about. So I misunderstood fantasy and 40k as well in the beginning, Big Traveling, because I thought fantasy was sort of the history of 40k. So fantasy, because it's swords and shields and magic, that's where 40k started, and then Warhammer 40k is just 40,000 years into the future from where fantasy is. But no, that's wrong. Fantasy is fantasy, 40k is 40k, and there's been times in the past where they've tried to link it, apparently. Like Age of Sigmar was one of those where they kind of wanted to, like, Sigmar was very close to what the Emperor was and shit like this, but those tend to not do well, so they may have given up on those. 40k, the first MOBAs, was amazing. I actually say it was better than Warcraft. Please do kill me. Dude, I agree with you. I loved Dawn of War 40k. I think Dawn of War 40k is just absolutely insane, but I think also, once I replayed Dawn of War 40k, I realized just once again how good RTSs are at telling stories. You wouldn't think it, right? Because everyone sort of just universally agree that the best way to tell a story is through RPG. It's a role-playing game, you know, obviously that's going to be the best way to tell the story. But no, I would say RTS is probably far superior to an RPG for telling especially macro level stories. I think RTS is just incredible at telling stories. And the proof is in Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, Dawn of War 1. I haven't played Dawn of War 2, and I know that Dawn of War 3 isn't good. But yeah, it was just, it's such a lovely throwback to the days of yore, if you will. All right, wait, let's just finish this quickly. Hold on, clips. So we're gonna go with this one, right? The Emperor New. I mean, it looks kind of good. At least it looks good in here. So I'm thinking this is fine. To make things worse, there's vague evidence that they might link up. Apparently, Fantasy has a moment where they seem to see a space battle take place. Which moment would that be? I don't know if I want them linked. if I'm honest with you. As someone that don't know all that much about, I could probably just call it Warhammer Darktide. That's fine. Probably more people searching for that. The thing is, it's nice that they're separate. I think they might end up painting themselves into too many corners if they try to link up the two worlds. I would say one of the biggest mistakes most of these gaming companies make when it comes to story, World of Warcraft ran into a very similar problem not too long ago, where when you try to link too many of the stories together, you run into just obvious issues. Because when Warhammer Fantasy was in its inception, they didn't think that these two realms had anything to do with each other. They created fantasy just as a separate genre within the Warhammer franchise. Now you're trying to link two universes that wasn't designed to be linked in the first place. You're going to have to retcon so many things in order to make that make sense. And you're almost definitely going to piss a lot of players off. So it's almost, yeah. It is almost better to just not do that. Because now we need another picture for the Emperor of Mankind. You made a new video, but it was years ago, but not sure where. And yes, nearly everyone agreed it was a bad idea to link him. Yeah, even I think the most ardent Age of Sigmar fans didn't like the linking of the two universes. At least from what I've gathered, you know, speaking to people, they don't seem to have liked it too much. But I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe there are people that just absolutely love it. And, you know, that's fine. What's this video about again? This is who is the Emperor of Mankind. Let's see if we can make this work in a way. Can we make this bigger? Maybe bigger? Let's give it a slight offset. I mean, if you're a Warhammer fan, you immediately know what this is, no? That looks like the Warrior of Light, lol. Dude, that's what most people imagine the Emperor of Man looks like. Every mention of 40k related thing was always pretty vague in fantasy. I saw it more as a reference Easter egg than actually being 40k. P Deadly, how you doing, bro? It's interesting that the like Games Workshop has never actually came out and codified what the Emperor of Man once looked like. That's just wild to me. Like, why wouldn't you at least just like canonize the look of the Emperor of Man? But then at the same time, the Emperor of Man can look like anything. So that might be why they decided not to do that. Because, you know, it is the Emperor of Man. There's legitimately, like, there's so many pieces of evidence throughout history of him looking like different beings at different times. So maybe that's why they've decided not to go into it too much. I wonder if we could do a slight blur, not a heavy blur. That's too heavy. Just do that. Okay. I wonder if this would work. Let's see. Origins. Of the Emperor. Now, Emperor, we make large as fuck immediately. Like, really blow that shit up. Then Origins, we make large as fuck as well. Blow that shit up. Put it there. And then of the, we make small as fuck. And we put it there. And we do that. And now we have to figure out. Now we have to figure out colors. So let's do a paste. I don't want all of it in yellow. So maybe, what if we did Origins and of the in white? Let's see what that looks like. We made that white. And we made this one white. What do you guys think? Canon, they now can't change it or adapt it later. Games Workshop are great at never confirming shit for that reason. Yeah, but they have confirmed, like, Gilliman, what Gilliman looks like and what most of the other Primarchs look like, because those have miniatures, right? So they can change it as much as they want. You guys think this looks good? Reminds you of Luton. Fuck. That might not be a good thing. Just FYI. That might not be a good thing. Because you could, like, people would almost immediately fucking start screaming, "Oh my god, he tricked me. I thought this was Luton. Who's this fat Luton?" Let's see, make it a little bigger. So now it really stands out, I think. I want to lift it and move it a little bit away to there. All right, that should work, I think. Pure face and the Emperors? No, I wouldn't do that. Luckily, Luton's Emperor videos don't use that specific picture of Emperor in the thumbnail. Yeah, I'm not sure what picture Luton would use. I just want to move the Emperor a little bit to the side. Sorry, bro. I just want your face to stand out a little bit. Like right there. I think that looks brilliant. No? I think that works. Like, even if you go to, like, mobile, that still jumps out at you on mobile. So we'll go with that. Okay, chat. This is literally the last video we're doing. And then we have all the thumbnails for today. So just hang in there. We'll react to some shit right after this. I want to watch the Noble interview with Steve Denuser, because someone told me it was brutal to watch. And I'm not sure if that means brutal because Noble didn't push back at all, or perhaps it means brutal because Noble did push back. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it means. Like, I want to see. Lore and history. All right, I think that's all of the fucking words that you can possibly put into it. I don't know, but I'm thinking that is good enough. Warhammer 40k. Origins of the Emperor. Reuse this one. Fine. Next, monetization. Captain Cadillac, how you doing, brother? Making art with it lives up to everyone's different views. It's tough, man. Not many adaptations. Gets the feel right. Big Travel Inc., you're telling me. I just recently finished the artwork for Patreon, and bro, that was fucking rough. Well, I didn't finish it. I got an artist to do it, and finding the right artist for it, I think I made the right decision in the end. But it was fucking rough finding the right artist for that job. Because there's so many different styles, and then every artist will tell you, oh, I can make my style whatever the fuck you need it to be. And that's usually the moment that I go, never mind. Because I don't think you really can. I think when you have a type of, like, a style in which you do your artwork, that's going to shine through no matter what you do. You know? Like, no matter what you try to do, it's almost definitely going to shine through to anything else. Skilled you are? CS, yes and no. So, it all comes down to practice. Right? If you, say for example, all of the artwork you do is anime style. If I started asking you to do realism, because you almost never practice realism, you're gonna have a very hard fucking time switching from anime or surreal, like a surreal art style to a real art style. It's gonna be very difficult for you to swap from one to the other. Yes, huh? It's not easy for people to choose one for your stuff. Telling my life story, art is personality. You can't easily do other styles. No, I think at the end of the day, I have like a ton of artists that reached out to me on DMs in Twitter and on Discord, and I still have all of their contacts. So, you know, whenever I get like a need for more like anime style artwork for patrons, I'll obviously go to one of them because, you know, my current artist is very good with what he does, but I might need something else in the future. So I'll just keep sticking with whatever art form, you know, artists use, I guess. And chat, you guys are great. So happy to see you all are well. I have to. Oh, Whiskey Ranch, take care of yourself, brother. Thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. All right, so where's this interview with the newser? Dude, I need to go to the fucking barber. My mustache is tickling my nose, and it is super fucking annoying. Literal years to add a new style to your collection? I can see that. I can 100% see that. Chat, I need the novel interview. Novel 87. Is it on? It should be. Oh, here we go. It's only 30 minutes, though. Man, I fucking loathe that. It's only 30 minutes. Sad boy. All right, chat. This is the interviews that I've been waiting for. The interviews with Steve Denuser, because as most of you know, this is sort of the only thing I care about when it comes to World of Warcraft. Like, I care about the story. That's the only thing I've ever cared about. So I want to see the interview with Steve Denuser. And for those of you that maybe don't know anything about WoW, Steve Denuser is the lead narrative director for World of Warcraft. So he creates most of the stories. Wow. Can I fucking spell? All right. Here we go.
Hello everyone. Today we're doing something rather special. I got to sit down with none other than Steve the Noozer, narrative director for World of Warcraft. We're getting closer to the release of Dragonflight, and while I would love for them to spoil the entire story before it's even told, I figured that it might be wiser to ask some other questions, like how do they view the way that the story is being told in the game, how do they look back at adding the jailer at the tail end of it, or where did the centaur come from? All of that and more in this video. Timestamps will be in the description. Of course, thank you so much to Steve for sitting down with me and everyone else that made this happen. With that, sit back, relax, and I hope you'll enjoy. Steve, thank you very much for giving me the time and day to actually do this interview. Hello there.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm very happy to talk to you.
It's been a long time coming, I think. Before I dive into the question, because I got 30 minutes and I could honestly talk to you with about lore for 5 hours. My understanding is that you are the lead narrative designer at World of Warcraft. Could you very quickly tell us what it's all about?
Yeah, actually, I'm the narrative director now of World of Warcraft, and yeah, so I oversee the high level story, our planning, our plot lines as they unfold. I work with a group of creatives to kind of flesh out what our expansion plans are and kind of pitch storylines and the characters that'll be involved and those kinds of things. And then take those ideas and talk about them with the team and energize them and get them excited about where our storylines are going and for all the content that they're going to build. Yeah, that's
They should get someone to get the player base excited for where the fucking story is going. Because I don't think the problem is that the fucking writers aren't excited for the story. The issue is that the rest of us are not as infused half the fucking time with where the story goes.
That's really the main areas I oversee. We have a narrative team that we've built up over the years, and they work closely with our quest designers and our content team and other people who are making the World of Warcraft.
I just want to say here, and I don't know if this is going to be a question that Noble will ask, but this is something that I actually said during one of the, I think it was during the Frozen Sodium Throne, episode 24 from last week, where, so one of the gripes that I currently have with World of Warcraft that I really think Steve the Noozer should be looking into, and if Steve obviously ever watches this video, Steve, for the love of God, please, man, could you get the writers to actually write the quest text in World of Warcraft? Because so often you'll be on this giant main storyline, but the quest text is very, very fucking underdeveloped. Like, you'll read the quest text and it's basically a box like this big with no information. There's no story, there's no extra reveal. You know, it basically just tells you why you need to go collect 5 apples. And then once you've collected the 5 apples, that's when the story starts again. And I do think if you had actual writers writing those quest text, there could be a lot of subtext hidden in there. There could be a lot of extra little lore nuggets hidden in there. So it would probably be nice if you could, if you guys could start writing that rather than just the quest design team, who obviously just want to write some quest text because what they call it is flavor text. And I don't think that main story, and I don't mind flavor text when it exists for side quests and things like that. You know, it's a side quest, who cares, right? It's just meant to make the world feel a little bit more big. But when it's main storyline quests, it shouldn't be flavor text. That should be literal lore text. It should be things that those of us that care about the lore, that actually read every single quest, should walk away from that knowing even more than what anyone else that didn't read the quests knew about it. So yeah, that would be my one sort of dream if I could have one.
Content to ensure that story is woven through everything that we do, and it's really a joy to work in this great universe that so many people like yourself care so deeply about.
Very deeply, as you most likely also read on the internet. And now our adventures are going to go into the Dragonflight, into the Dragon Isles. Now, obviously, I would love to ask you questions and like reveal the story that is to come, but I think that would be unfair. Let the story unfold itself. So I would rather talk about the design philosophy and where we come from as we go into the new expansion.
Okay.
So, first of all, my question is, I've had a few friends of mine come back into the story, and a lot of people on stream ask as well. They would love to experience the story of Warcraft within World of Warcraft itself. And over the years, that's become rather difficult. With patch content removed, the Cataclysm revamp. In Shadowlands, for example, with the Covenants now being unlocked, all the chapters are thrown at you in one go. How does the team view this problem of narrative storytelling, and are there any plans in the works to fix this, to make this better experience?
Well, you're right
That's a
that
hard
there is a
question.
ton of content that has been added to World of Warcraft over the years. And, we do spend a lot of time thinking and talking about, the best ways to curate that and to make it accessible. And when we introduced Chromie Time, that was one of the ways that we tried to, let's present these expansions as kind of storylines that you can delve into and try.
No, no, Steve, no. I'm sorry, but no. You can't do Chromie Time once you hit max level. So, in other words, what you want is for someone to literally level. How many expansions do we have now? 7, 8? I think it's 9 maybe at this point. It's 9, right? Because it's 10 because we're on 10.0. So you want someone to level 10 fucking characters to see every single one of the stories for every single one of the expansions. So here's where the problem comes in, Steve. You don't even need to finish the full fucking story of every single expansion within Chromie Time. You don't even get to the end with Chromie Time because you level so quickly that you basically get to about maybe halfway through, maybe 3/4 through, and then you're done. Then you move on to, whatever is the next expansion or whatever you have to go do. So right now it would be, I think, Battle for Azeroth. In the next expansion, they already said that it's going to be Battle for Azeroth again. And then probably after that, it's going to be Dragonflight. But you don't even finish that story. And you have to also then consider the fact that you have things like dungeons and raids that also tell part of the story. In fact, most of the story is told through the raids. And when you do Chromie Time, you are not going to do the raids. You're just not. There's not going to be enough people to actually get those raids done. And there's no one else that's going to help you because there's no incentive to do all the raids in World of Warcraft. So ultimately, you would have to figure out also how to tell those stories through raids. Now, you can do those through making the raids soloable for characters that is doing it for the first time, but then also adjusting the XP to such an extent that people actually do have to go through all of the patch content and also all of the raids and dungeons. But most importantly, I should be able at max level to do Chromie Time for whichever expansion I want. So if I want to re-experience the expansion of Wrath, I should be able to do that through Chromie Time even at max level. Because right now, Chromie Time I don't think is the magic pull to fixing the problem.
Try to experience as what it feels like to level up through those and play your characters through those. And there was a lot of successes there and things we want to keep refining and want to think about. And there's times where we have taken content out of the game, but that's never our preference. We usually try to find a way to make it still persist. Obviously, back in the day of Cataclysm, I wasn't around, so I'm not sure all the decisions that went into that. But that was probably the biggest change to the existing world.
Yeah.
And but these days, what we try to do is make that content accessible, and we would love to hear from the community about your ideas about how to better surface that, how to make it clearer where these pieces of content are. Another addition.
Sorry, just FYI, this is going to be the worst way to watch this fucking video because I am going to interrupt a lot. I am incredibly passionate about the story of World of Warcraft, but it was an understatement saying that Cataclysm was probably the largest thing to have happened to the world. Cataclysm was the worst thing that could ever have happened to World of Warcraft because when Cataclysm came out, it fundamentally destroyed 3 previous expansions. It literally took all of the lore and story from the 3 previous expansions and threw it away because everything was from Cataclysm, everything was fragmented. If you played through from level 1 in Cataclysm, you would go to TBC and none of it would make sense. Like, why am I in TBC? What is the point here? Because you were playing through Cataclysm zones, and Cataclysm zones had everything to do with Cataclysm and nothing to do with the actual experience of vanilla. So you would go to TBC and you'd be like, why? What the hell is the point of being here? Then you go through TBC, you come back to Azeroth, and now you're in Wrath of the Lich King. Again, none of this makes sense because the old world did not prepare you for a lot of the things that you needed to know going into Wrath of the Lich King. So, by the way, yeah, Cataclysm was just devastating to the lore. I'm not saying Cataclysm was a bad expansion. I actually happen to love Cataclysm, but that's because I started playing at the end of Classic. So I got all of those experiences when they were still relevant. So Cataclysm was just really a new experience for me overall. But I do think Cataclysm destroyed the original story of World of Warcraft. Just incredibly bad for the story.
We made to the game was like our campaign interface, which didn't exist in the older expansions, but that's been a great way to help people at least have insight into kind of the thread that they're on and the campaign that they're playing through at a time. But we talk about ways to better surface that. So it's an ongoing process, and we don't feel like we're there yet, but want to keep working at it. And we have a great UI team that really wants to help us present our content in the best way possible. So those are discussions we continue to have with them.
And imagine feedback would be on the forums or on Twitter. But then one of the things people run into is, for example, in order to experience the storyline, an example would be Sylvanas' motivation when it comes to work with the jailer. They have to go to third parties, like books, or that the books themselves are being told from a perspective now. So it's not even actual clear information. It's rather an opinion or a character that tells the storyline. What is the design plan going forward in Dragonflight? Can we expect the story to be in books again, or what?
I just want to, so I'm actually a huge fan of perspective-based storytelling because I think it allows for so many more possibilities, especially since getting into the Warhammer universe and reading. I'm now on my second book in the Warhammer universe, The Dark Imperium Plague War, and it is just incredible to read a book that is just fundamentally told from the perspective of different characters. But that has to be made very clear to people before they get into it. The biggest mistake Blizzard ever made was they presented the Chronicles of World of Warcraft as the Bible of World of Warcraft. They said that this is the canonical codified lore of World of Warcraft, and then later they came out and said, never mind, this was just written from the perspective of the Titans. Now you have players that feel cheated, that feel incredibly wronged because I spent a shit ton of money buying the books, the Chronicles of World of Warcraft, and while I am not at all sad that I bought it because they were incredible and they still remain incredible to this day, it would have been nice if I knew from the beginning that this is the lore as told by the Titans. So I do think that Blizzard still has a lot of sort of communication errors there where they don't always make it clear to players what to expect, because when it comes to subjective storytelling, or in this case perspective-based storytelling, nothing is true but everything is true, right? So that's effectively how you have to look at that. Everything you read is true, but it's true from this perspective, and that perspective can change.
What is the design behind it?
Well, again, I can't speak to the decisions that were made in the past, but the way that I look at it for when we have our novels is that we want to tell stories that best fit the medium that they are, that the strengths of the medium. So the game is about gameplay, and it's about playing a game, and certainly we have lots of cinematics and we have lots of dialogue and things like that, but we want our storyline to come through the action, through the world itself, through the places you go, the things you see happening, and that your character is able to engage with, and then punctuate those gameplay experiences with highly action moments that our cinematics can do really well, or emotional moments that, as you've seen, our amazing cinematics team keeps leveling up their skills at being able to convey those emotions. I think that books and print, whether it's comics or novels, I think those are really good at getting inside the mind of characters. And so when it comes to something like showing a perspective of someone, that's a strength of print media. As opposed to in the game where it's much harder to see those insights unless they're kind of monologuing or kind of telling you very exposition heavy kind of, where you're just sitting and listening. And some people like that, but we like the game to be much more visceral in terms of you're playing through something.
So the game is more focused.
But I do think you can have both, because you could have those monologues with the floating dialogue that we already have in World of Warcraft. You have these floating heads that pop up all the time and give you floating dialogue. For players that don't give a shit, they just, turn that down, don't have to listen to it, just keep doing their quests. For players like myself that do give a shit, I just stand there and I just watch as they have these conversations. So I do think you could have both. I don't think you have to shoehorn players like Final Fantasy does, for example, where you absolutely have to stand there, and sometimes you can watch stories for up to 50 minutes, just story after story after story of just massive dialogue taking place. I don't think you have to have that, because I think for a lot of players that would just be devastating. But I think for players that care, like myself, and I'm assuming others in this chat, I do think having both, because I accept what Steve Denuser is saying insofar as for World of Warcraft, that level of storytelling isn't really viable. But I would say, and this is maybe a lot of you disagree with me, and I'd love to know if you do, why you do, but I don't think, I would be hard-pressed to find anything that a book can do that a game can't do as well, if not better. I fundamentally believe that. And that's not saying that books aren't great. I love reading. But games can have the exact same impact, if not more, because in a game, you can have all of the text that you would have in a book, plus then you can actually show what it looks like. So rather than having a book that explains to you, like Dark Imperium, sometimes it'll be pages and pages just explaining the interior of, Macragge's Honor or of the Emperor's Pride. And in a game, you can actually show the interior while then going on with the story. So players don't have to go through pages and pages of exposition in order to get to the actual story. They just get the story and they can see with their own eyes what is happening and what the interior of this place would look like. So I think games is just an incredible medium for storytelling. Maybe not World of Warcraft, and specifically as Steve said there, they want the game to be more about the gameplay, but I do think there are ways in sort of balancing that out.
On the gameplay, whereas the books are to add to it. So if we take, for example, the Shadowlands as an example, like Sylvanas' motivation with the jailer, the whole Lirav connection, for example, is not portrayed in the game until after the fact. Like we got Lirav added to the Ghostlands, I believe, like an after thing, but it's not exactly clearly explained in game. If we look at the balance that the Shadowlands had when it comes to storytelling, or for example, the Cataclysm, where Cairn died in a book, how does that balance going forward work?
Yeah, well, I don't want to use the books to have major events happen within them that you won't see in game. So like your example of Cairn dying in the book, or some of the stuff with the trial of Garrosh and how it transitioned into Warlords of Draenor. Like I would prefer that the books do more to kind of reveal extra information about things that are happening in the world. And so in that regard, like the Sylvanas novel was really great in that we got to see both history that we can't really portray in the game in any sort of, in that same depth and meaning. And we also got to see some of her insights as she was going through things in the Shadowlands. Now, I will say that we could have done a stronger job of showing some of those motivations in game. And
thank you, Steve. Thank you for fucking admitting that. So I just want to say, Nitro, I absolutely agree with you. And it's so good that he's finally saying this, because I think the Sylvanas novel was absolutely incredible. But a lot of the motivations would have really been good in the game. Because here's the problem. Everything that we know about the jailer after the novel would have really helped to get players excited about the jailer in the game. The problem is that we went through the whole of Shadowlands, saw the jailer, hated the fucking jailer, and then comes the book, and we finally learn something about the jailer that actually makes you go, oh, all right, that kind of makes sense. I can see the reasoning here. That's not horrible. So I do think they have to do a lot better when it comes to subtext. So it's not just about, so what Steve said here, he said they don't want big moments to be in the books that you won't see in the game. But I also think that it's incredibly important that any sort of motivational subtext is also not left exclusively for the box. It's fine if you put history in there. It's fine if you put perspectives in there. But when it comes to subtext that would explain emotional states, or that would explain or that would necessitate a certain story level, that has to be in the game. I have to understand why characters are doing the things that they're doing before they're doing it. Otherwise, I can't get excited about those characters. And I'm not saying give everything away. I'm not saying, beforehand tell us everything that's happening. That's not the point. You can have a lot of mystery, but then I have to have enough before we go into the mystery parts to actually get excited for the mystery. The issue is that Shadowlands had so much mystery, but I knew so little that I couldn't even get excited for the mystery. Because I felt like I was living a fucking mystery, where the developers just didn't trust me enough to give me anything. And I was just sort of, waiting for the next big thing to happen to actually try to make sense of what the hell is happening in the game. So I'm glad that he's admitting that they could have done more.
We could have done more with that as well. And that's a lesson that we learn going forward in terms of our storytelling and how we get those important character moments across. So it's always a learning process for us. I don't think that we, hopefully we try not to repeat ourselves, and that we're always trying to improve our craft. And that was part of the process too, of thinking about Dragonflight and what kind of books we want associated with this expansion. And we didn't do a novel that we had set between the two expansions that had a lot of backstory or had a lot of things that you kind of needed to know going into the expansion. We are doing a short story that will be coming out in the near term, but
Cool.
that was more about giving a specific moment in time that is more flavorful, and it doesn't, whether you read it or not doesn't really impact your enjoyment of.
And the short story,
I like that.
Will be available on the WoW website as well, I'd imagine.
Yep,
the short story, beautiful,
absolutely, for free for everyone to read.
Always great to hear. About lessons learned for the Shadowlands, we saw a major impacts that are going to ripple on in the future of the storytelling. And when we're talking about Shadowlands, we have to talk about the Jailer. They've been retroactively added basically at the tail end of the story of Warcraft, as in the Jailer pretty much made the story of Warcraft happen up to the point of the Shadowlands, if I understood it right. Looking back at that decision and looking back at the reception of the Jailer and how that all played out, how does the team look at that?
Well, I wouldn't put it that, certainly the Jailer and the influence of death is probably the larger influence that is seeded through Warcraft's history. And I think you can still play through that content or read those experiences and just take them for what they are if you want. You can play Warcraft 3 still today. You can play through our Wrath of the Lich King expansion now in Classic, and you can take those stories as you want. But with Shadowlands, what we were trying to show was that death with a capital D is this kind of cosmic influence that has touched Azeroth in ways that were different, but yet similar to how forces like Order have touched Azeroth, or how the Void has touched Azeroth and affected its history. So what that really was...
Yeah, that, guys, death touched you in ways that you wouldn't even know about, but it has touched you. Do you feel touched?
Was showing that that death is a force that wants things, that all these cosmic forces are driven to become kind of the dominant force in the universe. And the jailer and what he was trying to do by reaching Zereth Mortis and going into the sepulcher, that was about him trying to make death the dominant force in the cosmos. And while we thwarted him there, the implications of that story do affect how we look at these cosmic powers and their role in the universe. And so I think in that regard, it gave us a lot of fuel for future storylines and hopefully make fans, give them some interesting things to think about and chew on.
Because there was mention in game, I believe in the new dungeon released today, with the books of the first ones, that there are more Zeros out there. So not just for the domain of death, but also all the other cosmic domains. But you mentioned that you could still experience the story of Warcraft and the Lich King and everything that's built upon without the touch of the jailer. But at the end of the day, it was the jailer and in combination with the Nephrius and the influence of the Dreadlords that caused all these events to happen pretty much since the dawn of Azeroth. If we take a look at all the events that happened that led into stopping the jailer, one could argue like, okay, we had a storyline where a force like Kil'jaeden or the Burning Legion had threat and responsibility, but actually it was the jailer, or the Titans did something, but actually it was the jailer. Isn't that a major change retroactively to a storyline that was already established?
Well,
Can I just say, Noble is kind of fucking brutal. Like, Noble's questions are incredibly fucking brutal. Without saying it, Noble is calling Steve Denuser to task here. Just, asking all the questions that most of us... This might be one of the best interviews of a developer I have ever fucking seen.
The jailer and his allies, because it wasn't just him, he was locked away in the maw, but he had allies who were helping him, and people like Denathrius had agents of their own. So it doesn't change the things that the Legion did. It doesn't change the things that Kil'jaeden put in motion. It just shows that there were other forces who were nudging some of those things along. But we didn't change any of the history of the events of Warcraft 3 or Wrath of the Lich King. Those things happened just as they play out in those games. We didn't touch any of that stuff. We just wove in some additional motivation and some machinations behind the scenes.
I don't know if Noble doesn't have the time here to keep pushing on this, but there's definitely more room to push. Like, if I could have an unlimited interview with Steve Denuser, I would absolutely push back on this. And I would say, okay, wait a second. Steve, you understand that motivation is really important, because Sargeras speaking to the Nathrezim and finding out about this giant threat of the Void, and Sargeras then trying to destroy all life on Azeroth because he's trying to stop the Void Lords, that is a thing that, creates a giant plot behind it as to why Sargeras thought that this was the right way to do it, and also why Sargeras decided to join the Fel in order to get this done. And then, of course, why the Titans decided to, face him, and why they died to him and all that. But now you kind of went and you said, no, never mind. It was actually the jailer that lied to him. So now Sargeras, coming from this giant 5-head, possible, 5D chess player character that everyone is afraid of, becomes just another tool in the toolkit of Zuvul. So Sargeras is actually just a moron because he fell for the lies of Zuvul. So ultimately, that makes Sargeras lose a lot of respect in the eyes of the players, where most of us have always really loved Sargeras. Now Sargeras is just a tool. The same thing happened with Sylvanas in the story. Sylvanas went from this crazy 5D chess player that just trusts no one and wants to do something, to just a tool. Just a moron that couldn't tell, lies and facts from each other, and no one really should care at all. So it does matter, because a lot of the time, much of what storytelling is the motivations of those stories. what motivates a character is as important as what the character will do after it's been motivated to do it. So I do think that it is still a massive retcon, no matter how you slice it. It is a giant retcon.
Danath, you know, the books that you can now find in the Uldaman revamped dungeon add some additional texture and thought, but again, none of that is saying that the jailer or the forces of death manipulated the Titans. That's still a separate storyline. It was really that there was some manipulation of the Legion and what they were trying to do in order to get the influence of death rooted in Azeroth. That was really what was going on there, because again, the jailer needed that energy of Azeroth to be drawn into Zereth Mortis to do what he wanted to do, which was reshape the cosmos in his own image.
Okay. Speaking of Woven and Zereth Mortis and everything, especially the books as well that we're going to see, there's again the mention of the first ones. And if I understood the storyline with the first ones correctly, once upon a time we had the Titans that brought order to the universe, and the first ones are established as a mysterious force that brought order to the cosmic domains, if I understood it right. But it also meant that there was a woven fate, a true Mawwalker, gateways opening to us, prophesized. A lot of it seemed to be like there was already a path destined for us. Now with the defeat of the jailer and Shadowlands come to a close, are we still walking the path predestined by the first ones, going into Dragonflight, or is that completely closed off now?
So it wasn't that the first ones laid out an exact path that mortals were walking. I think what the first ones did, because they are these beings that kind of sit above the cosmic forces that we've known so far, like the Titans and the Void Lords. The first ones predate them. And what they did was prepare for...
Chat, I need you to listen very fucking closely to what Steve Denuser says here, because we will not have these arguments ever fucking again. Listen closely.
A lot of it seemed to be like there was already a path destined for us. Now with the defeat of the jailer and Shadowlands come to a close, are we still walking the path predestined by the first ones, going into Dragonflight, or is that completely closed off now?
So it wasn't that the first ones laid out an exact path that mortals were walking. I think what the first ones did, because they are these beings that kind of sit above the cosmic forces that we've known so far, like the Titans and the Void.
Like the Titans and the first and the Eternal Ones and the Void Lords and all that. The first ones are above the Titans. So if ever again one of you want to go, the Titans are the first ones, I will literally just go watch the fucking interview, bro. We're done discussing this. I am right. You are wrong. The Titans are not the first ones. I don't want to hear it again. I don't want to fucking argue about this again. The Titans are not the first ones. End of discussion. All right, chat? All right? Let's go.
Void Lords, the first ones predate them. And what they did was prepare for eventualities, is the way that I would put it. So if you think about how like the Titans represent belief in one path, one structure, and the Void represents all things being possible, you could imagine that the first ones, who sit kind of above them on that cosmic scale, have elements of both of those things. So, and those are different perspectives, but yet there can be ways that those outlooks can work together. So the things with that the first ones kind of left behind for us in the Shadowlands, it was not that, they are going to follow this one path. It was that these are things that someday, if the flow of the universe plays out in ways that they could foresee, that these mortals who would become increasingly important for the fate of the cosmos, that they would have some of these tools available to them. So it wasn't predetermined, but they put some things out there into the universe that might be of use for us.
But the keepers...
Interesting. So you could effectively look at the first ones and say that the different cosmological forces are personality traits of the first ones. So if you were to go through the effort of combining all of the cosmological forces into a single force, and you sort of sketched out what that personality would look like, that would be the first ones. They both have the ability to hyper focus on a single truth, but also the ability to understand that multiple truths may in fact be possible. So in this, I would almost say they have a preferred truth that they would like to play out, but they also understand that different decisions could lead to different outcomes. And then, of course, what they would do, unlike the Void, so the Light, for example, believes in a single truth and therefore only takes that one truth as the possible truth. And what the Light then does is it uses force and coercion to keep everyone on that simple truth. The Order, for example, provides order to the point where it sort of coerces everyone into a single truth. It doesn't necessarily force everyone into a truth, but it does coerce everyone into a single truth through the creation of order. Whereas the Void sees all truths, it doesn't accept any of those truths as the truth. Instead, it simply operates within the knowing that all truths may at one point or another be true. And this would be, if you took a first one like that, it would be like they also use order, some coercion, but also some freedom to allow for all truths to play out, and then the eventuality that all those truths would come together into what they would consider to be the righteous path, if you will. I kind of like that because, well, it provides a lot more questions around the creation of the first ones, but also how the first ones came to create what we see today. And how exactly that would function. Why did they decide that it would be better to have 6 cosmological forces that each represent a fundamental part of their own personalities, rather than having just one cosmological force that represents the fullness of their personalities? What exactly happened in our universe that forced these beings to create these 6 different elements of their own personalities?
Terror of Mortis and those that we come across in the mall, they literally read our anima and they say, oh, the prophecies have fulfilled, the predestined mall walkers, as well as the locations are extremely precise. Like there's one in the mall that we needed, the one in Corvia that we needed, and one is Zero of Mortis. And Zero of Mortis is a domain where nobody was actually supposed to go. But it's specifically spot where we were predestined to go to that the keepers say, like, oh, Maw Walker of Fate, you've come here. Similar to how the jailer was not just stabbing in the dark in order to get his plans going. He could predict at the end of Wrath of the Lich King that Sargeras was not going to destroy Azeroth. He was not going to miss Azeroth. He was going to precisely stab him in such a way that the blood of Azeroth was going to fulfill his plans. So while the idea of the first ones are predestined, it seems like the storyline supports a more accurate path as we know what's going to go.
Well, I think that, the thing you need to keep in mind is perspective and belief as well. So like the denizens that the attendants, for example, that we met in Oribos or in Corthia, or some of the enlightened brokers that we met in Zereth Mortis, these were people who believed in something. They were sort of, they had these things, whether you think of them as prophecies or doctrines that they believed in, they've been kind of waiting a very long time for some of these things to come to pass. And when somebody believes in a prophecy or a doctrine like that, they look for ways to make it true when someone shows up that does something that falls in line. We see that in the real world all the time, of like people want a pattern to be true, or they want a theory to be true. And when they see things that they can put into that pattern to make it seem true, it feels like a prophecy fulfilled. And so whether that's exactly true or whether it's just a point of view of these characters is something that you can think about and debate. But in no way has the fate of the mortals of Azeroth been pre-written. And they're...
Yeah, but I would say that you guys could probably have done a better job of showing that in the game. So, for example, they could have put different attendants and different keepers that believe different truths. So, for example, they could have created keepers that view us as enemies because they regard a different truth as true. And this would immediately let the player go, ways. So some of these guys believe that we were predestined to come here to save Zereth Mortis, but some of these guys actually have a very different belief. They believe that, the first ones will return to save Zereth Mortis, as far as their codified ideological belief is. So it would have been a lot more prevalent, because you also now have this, like Noble showed the excerpt from the Sylvanas novel, where Zuval knew that Sargeras was going to stab the planet, but not too deep to kill Azeroth. He's not going to slice the planet in half to kill Azeroth. He's also not going to not stab Azeroth. He knew that Azeroth would be stabbed just deep enough to where her blood would fulfill his plans. That, to me, isn't necessarily a belief. It is a prophecy, and one from a true prophet, because it all came to be exactly the way that it was said to be. Now, the easy fix for that is just to have that be a coincidence. In other words, because Sargeras did not kill Azeroth, but instead just stabbed her, this worked in the jailer's favor, and that is why the jailer decided that it was now time to rip open the skies and for his plan to be, fulfilled, because the blood of Azeroth had been spilt, and that is all he required. But his plans would have been put on hold if Sargeras had, for example, slashed the planet in half, because then he can't use the blood of Azeroth, and now he has to look for another Titan whose blood he can actually use in order to make his plans come to fruition. That would probably have been a better way than just sort of now afterwards saying, oh, he just believed really hard, and that's why it happened. So basically the power of belief kind of thing.
They're just kind of walking through a script. The thing that separates mortals from magical beings is free will. That's something that's unique to the mortal soul. That's what makes it distinct. Even when you were in the Shadowlands, there was a difference between souls that had come over and the things that they did versus beings that were of magic, of death magic in that case. And so while magical beings are kind of driven by the influence that they are a part of to promote that influence, to propagate that influence, to try to make that influence the most dominant force in the cosmos, it's mortals who have the free will to decide what their destiny is, what their fate is, which way they're going to do, which powers they're going to embrace. That's why as players, we can embrace all these different sorts of powers and use them kind of at our will. It's because mortals have that choice, and that's unique among the beings who are rooted in magic.
I love that you say, like, free will is very important for character design. And you mentioned earlier, like, that they had this belief and that they made their own prophecies, like, kind of, they want it to happen. But at the same time, there's, like, proof it's in the pudding. Like, they tell us, like, if you are the true Mallwalker, this gateway, as prophesied, will open up for you. And wouldn't you know it, it actually opens up for us. So it does seem like the game supports the idea of predestined. But that is a debate. Oh, I would love to talk to you for 5 hours. You have no idea. But we only have 30 minutes today. Going for Dragonflight.
I want to throw something in here, because it's something that I've wanted to discuss, but it's so small that I couldn't really make a video on it on its own. But I do want to throw this in here. Choice and free will in World of Warcraft have, in my opinion, always been very much underserved. It's yes, in terms of the gameplay, free choice is absolutely a thing that we have always been able to do. And now with the new talent systems, that's even becoming more prevalent now. You can choose whichever talent you want. You can choose the playstyle that you want. To some extent, cookie cutters are always going to exist to influence that free choice. But never mind. If you're just a casual like me, you don't give a fuck about that. The thing that I would love to, I guess, have seen, and this specifically stood out to me as a very big missed opportunity. At some point in Zereth Mortis, the NPCs turn to you and they're like, champion, what should we do? Because you reach an impasse. I can't remember exactly what the impasse was, but something happened and the plans of the NPCs basically came crumbling down. It didn't work the way that they had hoped it would work. And they go, champion, you should give us advice. What are we supposed to do here? And then the next quest you pick up, they tell you what you're supposed to be doing here. Like, they don't even ask you, what do you think we should do? And they maybe give you 2 or 3 options of, what you think you could do in order to get it done. It just says, champion, we need your help. And I thought in that moment, I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. I'm finally being involved in the story. This is so rare in World of Warcraft that the player is actually involved in the story. But then, of course, literally the next quest, they have thought up a new plan, and this is the new plan that you're now going to be doing. Now, I'm not saying that Blizzard should go in depth and design, 4 different options for how a quest can play out. That's not necessary. But even if you just gave the player 3 different options, and if you choose the wrong thing, an NPC maybe reacts and says, oh, that would not work because of this, this, and this. So that's going to be very wrong. And then maybe you choose the other wrong option, and the NPCs goes, are you sure that's what we should do? What happens if we do this, and then this happens, and this happens, and this happens, and then we just die? And then maybe you choose the right one, but at least then you still felt like you were respected in that choice. You had at least some, choice that you could make, rather than being asked for your opinion, not being able to give your opinion, and the NPCs just continue without you, as if you didn't even fucking exist. That was a major gripe for me within the story, and that was just that one moment that stood out to me. It's just very weird.
Real quick to the first ones. Could you tell us, will we see much more influence of them?
Of the first ones?
Yeah.
Dragonflight is really rooted back in terrestrial Azeroth and dealing with the stories of the dragons, their connections to the Titans. That's a big storyline. So no, this isn't an expansion that's rooted in the cosmic powers or the stories of the first ones. Really, it is really focused on the aspects, the kind of legacy that they have, that connection to the Titans.
Like Emerald Dream. Oh, Emerald Dream.
The Emerald Dream, all of that stuff. So we really wanted to root the story in this. Those cosmic themes are out there, and they'll certainly inform future plot lines and things like that. But Dragonflight is really about what's going on in Azeroth with the aspects.
Awesome. Honestly, I hope I don't come across as too rough or too cross, because it's all out of a passion for the World of Warcraft and a storyline that we all love.
I totally understand.
Very excited about Dragonflight as well. So far what we've seen, going back to the grounded thing, not just the game mechanics, but also storyline build-up is great. I think we've got a couple more minutes left, so I got a lightning round on questions that I'm very curious about. Azeroth has been said to be cleansed of the old gods. N'Zoth, Kafun, Yogg-Saron, Y'Shaarj, all gone. Is that true?
The influence of the Void, as embodied by the old gods, has not gone away. While we've defeated some of the old gods themselves, we did.
Did he just say some of the old gods themselves? By my count, we've defeated all of the old gods. No? Either through proxy by the Titans or just by straight up defeating them. And I'm pretty sure he just said, while we've defeated some of the old gods. Very interesting.
Beat them on the mortal plane, after all, and they are not beings of the mortal plane. And if you can extrapolate some of the kind of cosmic rules of what that means, then that kind of gives you your own answer, or at least some things to think about.
They're not beings of the mortal plane. I made a video a while back about the old gods and what the old gods are, and I basically likened it to to Warhammer 40k, where you have the Materium and the Immaterium, and these two realms, while definitely impacting each other and crossing over into each other, they're not the same. A being of the Materium will find it very difficult to exist in full in the Immaterium, and vice versa, because these realms are fundamentally different. And, I would love the idea of, we didn't defeat the old gods. We simply pushed the old gods back into Ny'alotha. So, due to us fighting the old gods, Ny'alotha is a different dimension that exists on Azeroth. And the old gods are now trapped within Ny'alotha, looking once again for some kind of an escape. But they're still very much on Azeroth. Their physical flesh is just, that's been defeated. But they can always come back, and they always have the ability to come back. I would love that, because I do think the old gods are just fundamentally one of the most interesting forces on Azeroth. is going to hate when the first ones show up, take off their masks, and say it's Titan time. Dude, I would fucking cry myself to sleep.
You know, I wanted to I wanted to follow it up, but I love it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, so we've seen a time skip in game, and just today on the PTR we got like the wedding of Lorfmar Felistra. Some time has passed on Azeroth, just to give it a chill moment. Now we've also seen at the Forsaken that they have unlocked the power to cleanse the blight from Lordaeron. What about Gilneas? Will we ever see the return of Gilneas for the Worgen? Is that perhaps something in the works?
That is a storyline that we have not forgotten about.
Fair enough.
Nice.
Okay. The Centaur on the Dragon Isles. In the Collector's Edition, it clarifies that the Centaur that the ones we know are merely a copy of the ones that came before the ones on the Dragon Isles. So where exactly did the ones on the Dragon Isles come from?
Well, I wouldn't call it a copy per se, but what I would say is that Centaur are a native race to Azeroth. They've been around for a long time, and so they date back to the time when there was the supercontinent of Kalimdor. And so the Maruk Centaur that we see in Dragon Isles, the Centaurs were very contentious, just like the ones that we know today. And the Maruk broke off because they were a bit more enlightened. They wanted to get away from the conflict, and that took them to the lands that would be the Dragon Isles. And really, the Centaur that had existed in the rest of Kalimdor just fought one another to extinction. And so you didn't see the Centaurs that were kind of more located in central Kalimdor died off, and it was just the Maruk that we know of that persisted. But that doesn't change the mythology that we know of the Centaurs. And the Kalimdor Centaurs of modern Warcraft, they were kind of reintroduced to the world through those magical means. And so the Centaurs we know today are kind of their own reintroduction, I guess you would say. But the roots of Centaurs date back to the early history of that.
I actually don't mind that answer at all, because it makes it... Okay, so first it confirms a couple of things. It confirms that the Dragon Isles was indeed part of the original super landmass Kalimdor, the Land of Eternal Stars. That kind of now confirms it, because they traveled to these lands that would ultimately break off and become what we would now know as the Dragon Isles. But also, it just shows that magic is imitation of life. So in other words, through magic, they took a being that was thought long extinct and made it once more, for creating an army or for whatever purpose they may have been created. But I don't mind that answer. It's a good answer. It gives, I think, it puts to rest anyone that sort of thought that this was a massive retcon of the story. It shows at least that they did think through this. Sea could have been frozen, and they walk over it. It's possible, but I would doubt it. Domago.
Azeroth itself.
Okay, so the original Centaur, they were always just there, because we were kind of wondering, so we have Fetidras and Zatar, son of Cenarius, that got together, and they made the Centaur that we've always known. And now we got these original ones. So the whole idea of Cenarius together with Fedazane is not a thing. They were just native creatures of the land.
Well, again, we're not changing that storyline at all, but that was a reintroduction of new tribes of centaurs to the world. The older ones, apart from the Maruk, as far as we know, had died off.
Okay, and they were just there, similar to the Tauren, how they were always there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, the mortal races, they've evolved over time as well. From that kind of primordial age when mortals first started to emerge.
Okay. This one, I'm already ready for a shutdown. There's been some data mine stuff when it comes to the Green Dragon Ysera. In the Collector's Edition, we also see a beautiful symbol of Ysera and Rephion, but not her daughter Marifra. But Ysera has been bound in the Shadowlands to Ardenweald. What does that mean for her future in Dragonflight?
Well, that is a big storyline that plays out through the course of Dragonflight, and yeah, I don't think it's a secret at this point to say that Ysera is certainly involved in the storyline, but her role needs to change because she was awakened in Ardenweald through the Winter Queen's direct intervention, and that means that she didn't get reborn through the normal cycle of slumbering in Ardenweald, then emerging into the dream. And if she had done that, then maybe she could have returned to Azeroth as she was. But now she is bound to that power, and so she is
Okay, so that's
bound to both
interesting.
life and to
Fuck.
death. And that's going to have implications on her storyline. And Marithra is very much a part of that story as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, if Elune wills it, she will soar through the skies again. Okay. Dragons and the domain of order are going to play their part in the storyline, as we already seen from the whole primalist section coming up. Could you hint at other primal forces that we might see play a part in the expansion? Some of the cosmic force, I should say. Sorry.
Again, it's we're not really delving into the cosmic forces as these kind of disembodied things. There's certainly Titan stuff that plays out in this expansion, because the history of dragons and Titans are so tied together.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
In fact, when the expansion starts, Alexstrasza is looking for a way to re-empower the aspects, because they've got this enemy that they need to face, and they were only able to defeat before when they were at their full strength, and they're much diminished now compared to what they once were. And her first instinct is to, well, Tyr isn't around anymore, so how could we re-empower ourselves? And in the Dragon Isles are these oath stones that were the symbol of the Titans' bond with the dragons. And she thinks that if they can set the flights right, that will re-empower these oath stones, and maybe that magic can restore the aspect. So that's guiding us through the level up experience of Dragonflight, and you'll see those oath stones through the course of the story. And whether that works or not, whether she has to try something else, that remains to be seen. But that relationship between the dragons and the Titans, both in their history and the implications of that, are very much part and parcel of this storyline.
Awesome.
I'm gonna go out on a whim and say that the Void will also probably play a giant part in this story. So we're probably gonna see two cosmic forces in this story, Titans and Void, mainly because if you claim that there is like the Titans are an integral part to the story of dragons, which is true. Without the Titans, there is no Dragonflights, and without the Dragonflights, there is no expansion. But the Void is a very fundamental part of this story as well, because for as long as we have known, there has always been some kind of clash on Azeroth between the Void and the Titans. The Light has had its moments, and sure, it's caused its problems. The Foul has had its moments, and it's caused its problems. Death has had its moments, and it's caused its problems. But those two forces are as primordial to Azeroth as Azeroth itself is primordial to our existence.
It's one of the more interesting ones. The feedback I've seen so far, like it's reminiscent of the Kyrian storyline with the Maelsworn, where you see that there's this story established, and yet there's more to it. Now, when it comes to the Kyrian and Maelsworn, we saw that, for example, Devils was quickly taken off the stage, and we were quickly allying to just the Kyrian. It's their way, even though at the end of the fact, it was shown that the Maelsworn actually had a valid point. Do you feel similar to the Dragonflight storyline as it's building up so far? For those worried that we might have a repeat of history, do you have anything to say to them?
In terms of repeating which part of history?
Just signing up with the Kyrians, like for example, just signing all the Titans, they're the good guys, and their other point of view is swept to the side, and we're just gonna wipe them out.
Yeah, well, I think that some of our best villains, both in Warcraft and in other media, start with having understandable motivations. And when you look at the Incarnates, the first one of which is Razageth that we see unleashed, and you think about what the Primalists were being driven by, they have a valid point. Their entire philosophy was just rooted in this idea that dragons should not be touched by outside influences. They should be free to be their own beings and not be changed by the magic of the Titans, for example. And that was a disagreement at first, and disagreements led to conflict, and conflict led to war. And what makes someone a villain is not necessarily the ideology they have all the time. Sometimes it can be the actions that they will take in service of that ideology. So with the Incarnates, even though they started in an understandable place, they've done some very nasty things throughout history. And we will learn more about that as the story unfolds. And we will see that they they started out with, again, those relatable intentions, but ended up in a place that the aspects really had to fight against them for the sake of preserving not only their own kingdom, but Azeroth as a whole.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Like,
but
honestly,
please don't make the Titans good guys. For the love of all things that is holy, please do not make the Titans good guys. Because, yes, absolutely, the Primalists could be bad guys, even though what they are is understandable. But at the same time, we could look at what the Primalists became, and we could say, all right, if it wasn't for the Titans and their actions, the Primalists would never have done what they had done. So I would use the Kyrian as a very good example of this. We could look at the Morsworn, and we know that what the Morsworn wanted was wrong. Ultimately, the way in which the Morsworn went about their business was evil because it would put every one of us in danger. So they were a worthy foe to try and stop. But at the same time, what motivated them to become these evil beings that wants to destroy all of the cosmos? Well, that is because of the incredibly sus behavior of the Archon and the Kyrians. So you could have multiple enemies at the same time. You don't have to ally with the lesser of two evils. You could absolutely say, well, I'm not allying with any of you because, yes, I will fight the Primalists now because what they're doing, they're an immediate threat. But I have my eye on you. I'm about to come for you too, you evil bastard. Don't think I don't know that you are very much to blame for how things are playing out now. I really hope that Blizzard does not make the Titans the good guy, even though all of the Titans' actions led to the Primalists becoming as evil as they are. It should absolutely not be presented in that way. I think that would be just horrible.
the things that you're saying right now, it's making me more and more excited about the story of Dragonflight, honestly, with that mindset. I think we're just about out of time. My last question to you is, if you had to pick one thing to be most excited about for the story of Dragonflight, without spoilers, what would it be?
It honestly is just adventuring alongside the aspects and seeing them be awesome again. You know, they've, after giving up their powers to defeat Deathwing, they had a downturn, and you know, they've been kind of adrift a bit in terms of, you know, what their future was, what they were doing, and this whole expansion is really about making these characters awesome again, and to soar alongside them. You know, like you saw it in our cinematic, there's that feeling of being in their presence and seeing them do these awesome things and helping them, you know, find not only the greatness that they once had, but like, what is their future? That's just an awesome, fun story to tell, and I'm super excited. Our whole team really embraced that and was excited about all these characters, and I think that love and care will come through as you're playing through the expansion.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much. Yeah,
All right.
I hope everybody
I'm
at home
excited
is as
for
hyped
this.
as I am, and thank you very much for your time for answering all of our questions.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of fun. Let's talk again.
Yes, please. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
And there you have it, the end of the interview. Again, thank you so very much to Steve and everybody else at Blizzard for making this happen, for sitting down with me and letting me do this interview. I had a blast. I think I mentioned it mid-interview. I could sit down with them for 6 hours and deep dive into the story that they're being told, that they're doing, feedback on and all that. All in all, my major takeaway from this is that they're telling me everything right. They're telling me that there's going to be an adventure in Dragonflight, that we're going to go back to basics, that instead of dealing with fractures and cosmic forces, like the cosmic forces will play their part, but they're not going to take front and center. That has me excited. And I mentioned this during the reactionary trailer for the pre-patch. When they drop a trailer or cinematic and my reaction to it is pretty much one-on-one with how they wanted to convey it, that means they got a mindset when it comes to the storytelling. Obviously, interviews, I'm hoping that their mindset is actually going to become a reality. I'm hoping that we're going to see that delivered within Dragonflight. I'm excited for the launch. I'm excited for the coming month. And beyond that, only time is going to tell. For now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos. Leave a like if you enjoyed this one. And until next time, see ya.
So I would say my takeaway from this interview, very good interview. I do hope that Blizzard will in the future start doing longer interviews rather than, these sort of, let's say, 30-minute interviews, because I don't think you get interviews really is about also getting feedback. Because if you allow the guy that's interviewing you to actually push back on some of the things that is answered, you get some kind of semblance of where the community is that you don't really get when it's just a straight up, I ask a question, you answer the question, and then I ask the next question. Now, I do think Noble did a great job of actually sacrificing some of his questions by pushing back on some of the answers. But obviously, because you only have 30 minutes, you are sacrificing some of your question time when you do that, because they gave you 30 minutes and they're very, very specific. Whenever you get that 30 minutes, that is all you get. So I really hope that they will do longer than that. But I think Noble did a fucking stand-up job of this interview. And I agree. I agree with everything that Noble said. And specifically, I like everything that Steve the Newser said. It's back to basics. It's the things that made all of us fall in love with World of Warcraft in the first place. Just, in a new experience, which I think after the last few years of incredible cosmic level power problems the whole time, it's nice to think that we're going back to the basics. It's nice to think that we're going back to Azeroth, and Azeroth is the one that's going to matter, and none of the other bullshit things is going to matter in this expansion. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I've already said this in my playthrough of the Drakthir, but I'll say it here again. I already think that Blizzard is much better at telling stories this time around than what they were in the past. If you don't know what I'm saying, literally go level a Drakthir and come talk to me afterwards. It is an incredible experience. The quest design is still as shit as it's ever been, with the exception, with a few exceptions. There are phenomenal quests, but then you still have sometimes these quests that just send you out to go kill a bunch of things. That's very needless and very useless. But that has always been World of Warcraft's way. But the way the story, so almost every single quest, when you hand it in, there's a conversation that happens between the NPCs. You stand there and the NPCs are talking about what you just did. And it's completely voice acted. And you get this little conversation that gives you a little bit of subtext and, gives you a little bit more insight. And then you go and you do another quest, you hand it in, and there's another conversation that happens. You're not tied to that conversation. You can absolutely just pick up the next quest and leave. You don't have to listen to them discuss it. But like me, I stood there and I fucking listened to every single thing they said. And it was really cool. So that right there is a giant leap forward when it comes to storytelling in World of Warcraft. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to be approached in Dragonflight, because obviously I haven't played Dragonflight. I have no idea what that story is going to feel like. But if the Drakthir starting area is anything to go by, I am super excited for what Dragonflight has to offer. I'm just absolutely excited for it. Would you say a good long interview should be somewhat of a conversation between both sides? Yes. So what I have said, Caleb, what I have said for a while now, actually, is that I think what Blizzard is missing right now within the story, and something that or not within the story, but something Andrekas, thank you so much for the Prime sub, brother, really appreciate that. 3 months in a row, 6 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Not within the story, but the thing that Blizzard is still missing in terms of communicating with their audience is podcasting. I think actually podcasting is the one thing that Blizzard still doesn't do that I think Blizzard requires. Is that podcast style of we sit down for 3-4 hours and we actually have a conversation with each other. So I'm not just here to ask you questions. We're actually here to discuss the story of World of Warcraft. That's the thing that I would be most excited by if Blizzard started announcing things like this. I'm looking forward to, I don't know if Preach has released his I don't think Preach has released his interviews yet, has he? Damago, I don't agree with you at all. Because pre-recorded interviews, you have to understand how this works, right? So when you do a pre-recorded video with World of Warcraft, they ask you to submit all of your questions ahead of time. In the past, I don't know if they do that anymore, but in the past, they almost they would actually tell you that there's certain questions they will not answer. So they would actually vet your questions as well. I don't think they do that anymore, but you have to present your questions and then they already obviously think of the answers that they're going to give. So you get very sort of, the thing is, right, I want to get to the truth of it. If I ask you a question in the moment and you have to think in the moment, I'm going to get a much more truthful answer from you than an answer that you've already been thinking about, right? That's the issue that you run into, is that pre-recorded interviews are almost always going to come off as almost rehearsed. And obviously, you know, Steve the Newser had the opportunity to think ahead of time about what he's going to answer, what he won't answer, how he's going to answer certain questions, you know, what he's going to leave out of the conversation, and so on and so forth. Whereas if it's a podcast style, I ask you a question, you answer it, I'm not happy with the answer, I immediately say, but wait a second, that's not exactly what I asked you. Could you answer what I asked? This is what I asked, you know, bring it back to conversation, bring it back to topic, and I can push you for an answer on a thing that otherwise you maybe wouldn't have answered, or whatever the case may be. So that's sort of, that's sort of that's why I would prefer podcast style instead of pre-recorded. Pre-recorded is very untrustworthy, at least in my opinion. But everyone has different things that they like. It's perfectly fine. Remind that these guys aren't professional interviewers and great at public speaking. It's not their job. They're doing their best. Pick wrong, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all. Game development have more and more become about publicity as much as it is about anything else. That's like saying I own a store, but I'm not really a people's person. If you own a retail store, you have to know how to talk to people. Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing there? If you are the lead developer of a game, you have to know how to speak to your players. They are your players. They are important. And conversation is conversation. All of them would be good at conversation. The fact that they can do interviews suggests that they can string words together. And that's all you need in order to have a conversation. So whether it be a 30-minute interview or a 4-hour interview or a 2-hour interview, doesn't matter. It's still just a conversation between people. The only thing is, one is far more real, the other is far more rehearsed. Blizzard, since they have been in the spotlight lately? Well, Blizzard have always put themselves in the spotlight. There's a reason why Blizzard have, BlizzCon. They have always chosen to be in the spotlight. There's another interview, by the way, that we have to watch. And also, someone said that Steve has already, or Preach has already said that he didn't ask any story questions. Yeah, I don't care. I want to get just actual conversations. I don't care whether or not he's asked, whether he's asked story questions. Who was this? Annie.
Hey guys.
All right, so we have another interview here. That we should probably go through because it's an interview. And of course, I like interviews. All right, so the next interview we're going to watch today is Annie and Ian Azicosta's Dragonflight pre-launch interview. Let's see what this is all about.
Guys, just in time for the launch of the new expansion, Blizzard provided me the opportunity to interview the one and only Ian Hazikostas. And for you guys, Blizzard is giving us a physical copy of the collector's edition of Dragonflight. For a chance to win this, subscribe to my channel and leave a comment below on what you would ask Ian Hazikostas. For more info on the giveaway, check the description. And with that said, I hope you enjoy the video.
Yes, Thorwald, we've already
right.
reacted to it.
Hello, Ian.
Hi.
Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down today and talk about WoW and Dragonflight.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure.
My name is Annie. I'm a streamer from Sweden. I play a lot of World of Warcraft. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm really glad to be here to have this opportunity to talk to you, Ian, who is, very well known in the community. And I'm sure everyone who's going to be watching is going to know you. But for those who may not, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Ian Hasekostas. I am game director on World of Warcraft. I've
Very
been game
quiet.
director
Fuck.
for just over 6 years now. And been on the World of Warcraft team for 14 years and been playing for 18. So it's been really, World of Warcraft has been central to the better part of my life at this point. And yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Let's just jump into the questions then. My first one touching the fated raids.
I just want to say to anyone in chat that's currently fucking discussing the whole, oh, but they shouldn't be good at interviews, you can't expect them to be good at interviews. If Yoshi P can do a 7-hour, 7-hour live stream with his community once every few months, and in a second, third language sometimes, doing it for English-speaking people as well as for Japanese-speaking people, I'm pretty sure that, the developers over at Blizzard can fucking do it too. I don't think it's that hard, especially if you consider that with the launch of Endwalker, Yoshi P went around taking interviews from literally everyone. He did almost a week worth of just interviews with different content creators. He didn't ask any of them to submit questions. He didn't ask any of them. They didn't give people massive time limits. They basically just said, sit down with Yoshi P and, discuss. And there was actually one interview where the entire interview sort of just became a theory crafting session on how to fix a certain class within the game. I can't remember what the class was called. It may have been the monks or the bard, actually. I think it was the bard. The bard has some incredible problems within how to, it just doesn't play well. It's not balanced well. And this, the guy who did the interview asked Yoshi P about this, and Yoshi P and this guy just started a massive conversation back and forth about how to fix it. Literally live streaming a theory crafting system on how to fix the bard. So at the end of the day, developers can absolutely do it. They might not be the biggest public speakers, but you don't need to be a giant public speaker to sit down with a streamer in the comfort of your own home with a camera on and discuss things that you should know everything about. When it comes to gaming, you should know everything there is to know about your own game, right? You are one of the developers on that game. So I don't see why this is such a big thing that people are sort of defending the Blizzard developers for. They can only do 30 minutes at a time, otherwise they would melt or some shit. How? How is 30 minutes different to 2 hours? I don't understand.
I think the fated raids have been a massive success from all sorts of different kinds of players. I've been hearing a lot of positive feedback on their experience with it. So much better than, how in the past it may have been a season that's been lasting for too long with not too much to do. And now we get a bonus season, a new season of Mythic Plus, a new season of PvP, and also to rediscover and re-experience the previous tiers of the expansion. My question to you is, what do you look to improve or change for the future? For example, a thought that I had was potentially bringing back older expansion raids into being fated.
That's a great question. Yeah, overall, we're really happy with how season 4 has played out, and it is exactly as you said. We know that I think it's by design. It's a shorter season. It's a different sort of experience. It's kind of a remix, a greatest hits look back at the expansion as a whole. As we all know that we're moving on to something new very soon, and because of the way our development cycles work, the last raid tier would otherwise tend to last longer. And so this is something the team came up with. So instead of having 8 months in Sepulchre, we could have 5 months in Sepulchre and then 3 months just taking a grand world tour. I think it's something we are pretty likely to repeat in the future in some form.
That's good.
I don't know that Fated as the exact framing will be the right fit if we do it again. I think that was themed around the progenitors and their powers and kind of tied to the story of Shadowlands. But some form of revisiting all the raids with a bit of a remix, a bit of a twist makes sense. We love the idea of revisiting old content and finding ways to keep that relevant. But at the same time, I think we want to be careful about, you know, how we do that, just keeping in mind the fidelity of that content just visually, and, you know, how potentially confusing it might be for players, particularly in the raid setting, where, you know, unlike a dungeon where we use you know, revisit old dungeons now in current season 4 and future Dragonflight seasons, you can learn an old dungeon that you've never done pretty quickly. It's, you know, a 20-30 minute experience, 40 minutes on your first time. Whereas when you look back at old raids, there may be a very big difference between people who did those raids when they were current and those who've never done them and have to basically do completely fresh progress from scratch on a limited schedule. That may be more stressful than what we really are aiming for with this type of season. We do want to continue to expand our time walking raids as a system, as a way of, you know, revisiting that old content in a bit more, you know, stress-free.
I do think the one thing that I would want with time walking raids is to drop the FOMO around them and just make them always on. Just allow people to always be able to travel back in time and go do older dungeons, bring them up so that they actually provide some kind of difficulty for people. And the way you could incentivize this is just through transmogs and different mounts and stuff. So for example, if you brought back old ICC, you scaled it up to modern day, you make the drop rate of Invincible, say, a little bit higher. So if you do ICC in time walking, you have a higher chance of getting Invincible than what you would do it if you did it solo and just smash through everything. That way you incentivize people to actually run these old time walking dungeons. You also then have the opportunity to create these old raids for people that might be leveling still. We talked about this previously during the Denuser interview, where I explained that much of the story in World of Warcraft is actually hidden behind dungeons and raids, and new players never experience those, whereas these time walking dungeons gives you the opportunity to make dungeons and raids a fundamental part of the questing experience going into the next expansion, and also allowing for new players to be able to join up, because you have this new time walking feature that allows for lower geared players to actually join higher geared players in order to do those raids as if they were still current, because there's always going to be people signing up for those time walking raids in some way, shape or form. And I just think that would be a massive improvement over the current system, where every few weeks or every few months you get one time walking system that goes live, and now these are the only things that's available. It's sort of, what if I really want to be part of the Northrend one or the ICC one, but that week or two I'm busy with something else and I can't really do it. Now I have to wait how many months before ICC will come around again. It really feels bad, and it also creates just this skewed perspective on how games should work. That content exists in the game, make it always on, always available for people that actually want to partake in it. I think that would be probably one of the best changes they could make. Town Portal, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that.
Light way. One thing we definitely want to improve, I think one area where we just kind of let our players down with Season 4 is outdoor focused players. If you were focused on dungeons, if you're a raider, if you PvP, it was a great new season with rewards to chase. If you're someone who mostly plays in the outdoor world, I guess you had a world boss every week, and other than that, it was just, you know, a few more months of Zereth Mortis. So I think that if we do this sort of season again, we would definitely want to include a meaningful outdoor component so that there's progression for all of our players.
Well, you could literally, outdoors is the place that World of Warcraft has more content than almost any other game on the planet. The problem is that most of that content exists in expansions that are now completely dead. We could go through it, right? And we could really go through it. Look at TBC. TBC in Hellfire Peninsula, you had the PvP section. That's outdoor content. Yes, it's PvP focused, but it's still outdoor content. You could absolutely keep that shit up to date with new rewards and new things for people to do there. And people would travel to Hellfire Peninsula just to be able to do that shit, right? Then you go to Mists of Pandaria. You have the farm in Mists of Pandaria that could absolutely be updated and made part of the game. Outdoor players, I feel like, don't really need major events if there is enough things in the outdoors to do. If you have a thriving outdoor world, outdoor players is actually one of the few player groups that create their own content. They don't really need you to create anything for them. All they need is for you to provide the building blocks for them to create their own content, and they will absolutely do that. They just require the building blocks to do so. And it's already there. They just have to do it. You know, they just have to jump into it. What happened to WoW TCG, by the way? Not profitable? I have no idea, bro. Crowfall, how you doing, bro?
Interesting. Yeah, I think it's nice to hear that you guys are trying to think about all the different kinds of players, and it's a good point. Bringing back an old raid would feel quite stressful, since it is usually, or it seems like it would be a shorter season naturally. So that actually does make sense. I noticed the Shadowlands raid portals, the ones that you unlock when you clear them on Fated Mythic. I noticed that they're account wide. I was happy and unexpectedly discovered on my alts that I had those portals there. And my question to you is, how come the portals that you get for completing Mythic Plus 20 dungeons, how come those are not account wide?
I agree, it's a little bit of a quirk. It can seem like an inconsistency. I think philosophically, the vast majority of things these days that are cosmetic or utility are account wide. Really, some of the only exceptions have been some of the very highest end PvP rewards and some of the very highest end dungeon rewards, going all the way back to challenge mode armor and weapons from Mists. And in some ways, Mythic Plus is the successor to that system. The original philosophy there is some of the sense that, the class that you completed that accomplishment on when you're in a small scale PvP or dungeon setting is very important. And that when you're showing off some benefit, whether it's, a unique mount or having access to a teleport like this, it's a reflection on the fact that you did it as a mage or you did it as a priest, where in a raid group, it's inherently just a larger, more cooperative endeavor. I realize that reasoning is pretty flimsy. I think to some extent it's like this because it's always been like this. And it's definitely the sort of thing that we could revisit as we look to the future, particularly if we do these types of things more often.
You could probably just make it a lot more clear on a certain achievement. If, for example, you cleared a raid on your warlock, but now you're doing the raid on your mage, whenever you link that achievement, it does say in the achievement that this achievement was done with a warlock, not with a mage. So that way players that want to take you, they have a fairly good understanding that, okay, he knows the tactics, but he might not know the tactics as a mage, right? But at least he's done it, so he knows what's going on there, rather than saying, well, you don't have the achievement on this character until you've completed the achievement on this character, where, it's like, if you want to try and get a raid with an alt, and you can't prove that you have a main, good fucking luck, right? Even though you know the fight, you know exactly how that fight goes, you're just trying to do it on a different character, but you don't have the achievement for it. You could literally just add text there that says that this achievement was completed, but it was completed on, Accolon and the color of the class there. So purple for my warlock. And everyone knows, okay, so he did do it, but he did do it on a warlock. He's now on his mage. He just wants to do it again. So, he's not going to have to go through all the learning shit. I think that could be like a reasonable way of sort of, compromising on that.
Yeah, and this is why I was surprised to see it. I did not expect the raid ones to be account wide either. So that's why the question came up. So it's interesting. I'd be happy to see some, potential more account wide looks on that as well. Another little bit more general thing here is over time, I've found myself removing add-ons for significant in-game updates. So for example, with Shadowlands, the notable one for me was the auction house revamp. And now with Dragonflight, we have the UI updates. That for me meant that I removed a lot of my add-ons, especially the ones that were, on action bars. My question was if you have any...
I would not agree with that at all. I think my problem with the new UI is, yes, it looks a lot better. Her American is good. Can't even hear the Swedish. Her American, you say. Like, English is now just an American language, lol. I think the modern UI, the new UI is a massive upgrade over the old one, but it still has, in my opinion, all of the exact things that I would argue is most important for a UI is still not really there within the modern UI. Like, I played with the modern UI for all of 2 hours before I re-downloaded Valve UI and just, used Valve UI, because there are still just incredible things missing from the base UI that I need other add-ons in order to make that shit work. So yeah, I would say this is a good foundation, but they still need a lot more in order to make this foundation work, so that I can actually I haven't installed a single add-on. In fact, I have all of the add-ons that I used to have. I still have, because there's things that I need that the modern UI just still doesn't provide for me.
Other features that you would be happy to talk about or share that might, potentially replace some other popular add-ons?
This is something we're actually kind of eagerly listening to community feedback around, and it's exactly discussions like these. Feeling like the new UI is great, but it has this one flaw that I feel like I need to fix with an add-on, or there's this one thing missing, and we want to get a sense of what the kind of most common examples of those are.
All right, I'll tell you exactly what is the most common of all of my problems. Okay, so first thing is the inability to remove the buffs from my character. So the buffs and the debuffs are tied to my character frame. Why? I want them somewhere else. I don't need them on the character. It would be nice if I could change it. The other thing is if I could change debuffs on a character to be a bar that counts down rather than literally just being an icon on the character bar, that would really help. And then, of course, in my opinion, the biggest problem I have is with nameplates. The fact that I can't change the way that nameplates look, I can't really make them bigger, I can't make them smaller, I can barely see them, and I can't put buffs on the nameplates, which is something that Plater, AlvUI's nameplate add-on, all of it can do it. The fact that it can't do it yet is just a massive problem for me. I would say, Ian, if you want to fix the base UI, literally just hire the guys that does AlvUI and just tell them to make the base UI. And that would solve all of the problems. Like, literally right there. Just import the entirety of AlvUI straight into the game. Easy life. No problem. When target and focus, can't move X and Y position precisely. Marod, yeah, pretty much. There's the problems, the main problems with it is with sizing and movement. A lot of things are sort of packaged into a single thing, where sometimes, at least for me, I have my buffs and my debuffs at the top of my frame, because mostly I don't give a fuck about those, right? I don't care which buffs or debuffs I have on me. They're on the top of the frame, because there's only so many fights where you actually have to give a shit about the debuff that's on you, and you have it at the top of the frame to see that if you have to pay attention to it. But having them on the bar is just useless to me. I want other things close to my bar that isn't just my buffs, or some shit like that.
Are to help inform where we focus our future efforts, so it benefits the most people. One example off the top of my head, which is pretty small, but I think it is something probably missing from our UI, is the ability to view or interact with like the common map coordinate systems that a lot of add-ons use. Or if you go to Wowhead,
Yeah, it's another
it ends up
question.
being it's something that like you often just see players commonly sharing these around, and if
Yeah.
you're not using a specific add-on, you don't know what they mean or how to interact with them. And while it's something that was never a basic part of the game, it's become so widespread that it feels like players more broadly would benefit from being able to have that.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think the one thing that we're not looking to do, first off, add-ons remain a key part of WoW. We want to make sure players have the ability to customize their experience. That's not going away. Things like DBM or bigwigs, or fully sort of informational, computational, problem-solving add-ons, that's not something we're looking to replicate with the base UI. We're looking, we want to provide that information, certainly things that weakors might do in terms of.
I just realized something. Have you guys seen how small Ian's eyebrows are? Sorry, I was thinking of something else and I just realized his eyebrows are either it's like white hair to the outside, or it's just really small. But I literally just noticed that for the first time, which is kind of crazy to me. But anyways, the thing that I was thinking about, Blizzard needs to do something about DBM and about bigwig. So I was doing Halandris again, just this. I think yesterday was it yesterday? I think yesterday I did Halandras, and the thing that stood out to me is again just how things like DBM have gone from just providing you with information to effectively playing your game. Literally, I sat there and I listened to the cues from DBM, and if you just follow the cues, your game is halfway played. It tells you that there's a thing coming that you have to move out of. It tells you that you have to spray it. Literally, it tells you that you have to spray it. It tells you everything you have to do. It tells you that you have to soak things. It is just, that's not what those add-ons were meant to be in the beginning. In the original, like, when they were created, they were supposed to take information that would otherwise be incredibly obscure and provide you with the ability to track that information for yourself. But you still had to think and look at that information. So you might get a bar that tells you that an ability is about to come off of cooldown and that ability will be used again. But it was up to you to figure out how that ability needs to be played. I remember when the first balls, the light balls on Alandra spawned, it literally said, the voice said, soak. And I was like, soak? And then I saw the balls and I was like, oh. And I ran into one of the ball pushed back, and I was like, oh, that's what it means. So I just, I fucking stood there. This was, of course, after one of the balls hit the boss, and it did big damage. And I was like, how the fuck do you stop that damage? And then I realized, oh, I literally just have to stand in front of this because the DBM told me so. Then it said, like, a voice said sprayed, and the next minute there's this ring that comes around me, and I realized, oh, sprayed. Great. So the add-on is telling me how to play the game. I just have to listen to the voice. I don't think that's within the spirit of how these add-ons were created in the first place. They weren't supposed to play your game for you. They were supposed to give you the tools necessary to play your game. And I still think that those add-ons are just gross offenders of that.
Making it more obvious when you've had a class proc fire or when a boss is about to use an ability. Those sorts of things, yes, the base UI should do adequately. But things that are like putting markers over enemies' heads or helping, assign or solve a problem, that feels like it would almost be defeating the purpose of the puzzles we present if the game solved them for you.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Actually, I was thinking in terms of the things that you just mentioned with weak auras, like being able to customize how you see your procs, for example. I think that would be really interesting.
Necro, so thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And yes, I agree with you. The base UI should provide you with all of the information that you require in order to play the game. So this means that if you're on a boss, the base UI should find some way, either through gameplay. So the way that Final Fantasy does this is every boss will have a very unique animation before a certain ability comes. So that So for example, you'll have a boss that pulls their one arm back. WoW has this as well with Muazala. So Muazala he stands up, he pulls his hand back, and that you shouldn't be in line of this arm, because when this arm comes down, you're about to get one shot, right? That is a giant animation that informs players of what's about to happen there. And then, of course, the other arm, that you have to run to the other side. So you could have that where the boss just have very specific animations before specific things come out, so that you can look at it and realize, oh shit, that's a bad thing. I need to do this, I need to do that, because you learn what you need to do. And then, of course, there are things that isn't as easily, shall we say, shown within the game. So, for example, when a dragon does a tail swipe, for example, that might not be easy, especially if you have a giant dragon that the player can't actually see because the dragon is too big. How are you going to show that? But for that, I think there are other ways to solve that problem, like, for example, showing an area on the floor that you shouldn't be in a couple of seconds before you should actually not be in it. So I do think that there is still some room for the base UI to grow, and then I think add-ons like DBM should either be limited in what they're allowed to show or should just be removed entirely. but you first have to nail the ability for players to play the game without those add-ons, before you can remove those add-ons.
So yeah, that's an answer I like. So good to hear. Good to hear. Another general question, sort of. I've noticed the accessibility improvements in the game over the last couple expansions. We have the recent controller support updates. We have the directional targeting system that's coming in Dragonflight, and the interact with target keybind, which I just recently discovered and played around with. So my question is WoW coming to console in Dragonflight?
No plans for that at this point. I think there's a lot. WoW is a game that at its core was designed for PC, and that's not just the interface; it's also how it's delivered, and even including things like add-ons. But a lot of the focus
sad for the peasants
really has been with an eye towards accessibility, and people who have a challenging time using keyboard and mouse controls, but can use a wide variety of accessibility controllers if we support them. And so we're just very excited to have been able to do more and more of that.
Yeah, no, it's been really nice to see, because as you
Patch, that's true for some bosses, but on some bosses, the exact notification or the exact visual aid or, auditory aid is so insignificant that unless you're actually looking at the boss and paying very close attention to the boss, you wouldn't even notice it. Like, you would not notice that the boss is about to do this thing. And there's also a good chance that you might miss it if you're looking away for a second or two. So you are correct that at its core, it is designed for that. But there are places where I think Blizzard have also realized that DBM is a thing. So they don't have to go, that far in sort of, what's the word? There's an English word for this, where you... they don't have to put that big of a precursor into the fight, because they know the DBM is already going to track those things. So there are, I do think, a couple of examples of things like that in the game still to this day.
say there's people who use a controller by a PC. People have potentially the setup connected to a big monitor. So it's nice to see that. Being able to go back and forth between keyboard, mouse, and controller as well. So something that's inventory related. Shadowlands came with a lot of items in the game, which bloats our inventory quite a bit. I saw a wiki page the other day that listed 100 different anima item sources. Not sure how accurate that is, but many of them which contain an identical amount of anima even. And then we also had the research items in Korthia and several Covenant-specific items, such as the seeds for the Queen's Conservatory. So my question is, are you guys planning to be a bit nicer to our bags in Shadowlands? In Dragonflight.
Yes. Yes. I think it's something we experience as pain points ourselves. And, one of the ways we have to deliver progression systems or collections or whatever ends up being inventory. The challenge is when 6 or 7 different systems or multiple designers are doing things that involve putting items in your bags, suddenly, you're overwhelmed. One of the big things we've done in Dragonflight is adding the all-new reagent bag to pull all of that stuff completely out of the inventory space into its own very large, section. And I think that should go a long way towards helping. But ultimately, we need to just be careful with the systems that we design, with the outdoor loops, because often if you're just killing things around the world and before you know it, your bags are full, we're right back where we started, even if we gave you more space.
Yeah. I did notice the reagent back, and I really like it because it does affect things like, for example, the crafting materials in Zereth Mortis. I noticed how they immediately went into that, so that was really nice to see. Good change. Moving on to a bit more to do with achievements and collecting. So as someone who recently hit 100% achievements this expansion and will be attempting to reach 100% in Dragonflight, there's one achievement I'm looking at, the 2000 pets collected achievement. So I'm nearly missing 500 pets, and I have all of the ones that are currently obtainable. Jesus. And my question is, are we going to hit this in Dragonflight?
That's a good question. It's something we need to revisit. We need to make sure, so some of those may have been made just kind of forward looking, anticipating where we were going to go. But philosophically, there should not be achievements in the game that aren't currently earnable. Like, even if it wasn't going to be earnable until, let's say, patch 10.2 or whatever, we still should have that in the game before it's possible to get it. So we're definitely going to look back at those numbers.
Oh, interesting. So even if it's obtainable later in the expansion, it would still not be in the game yet, so to say.
Like, philosophically, yes. I mean, I think,
Yeah.
coming from your perspective, right? Like, it's not fair to have this thing dangling in front of you that you can't quite reach no matter what you do. It's like, all right, you're at 99.8% completion because there's an impossible one. Just wait. That's not how the system should work.
Okay, gotcha. Because yeah, in contrast, I was looking at the mount achievements, which
500.
is a lot lower than what is
Fuck.
currently obtainable. So I found that contrast interesting. But if you guys are looking into revisiting that,
I
then
have
look forward,
nowhere
it kind of
near
answers my
that amount
question.
of pates.
Yeah, with the mount one, I mean, I think we're looking at, just how many people, what percentage of players, what number of players have, certain numbers of mounts. We also want to be very mindful when it comes to mounts in particular. There are many that are no longer earnable. There are also many that are promotional items that from the shop or collector's editions or whatever. We don't want to create an achievement tier that feels like you have to have either these ungettable things or these promotional mounts in order to achieve it. And so while yes, for some, hardcore collectors, they're way beyond the 500 mark. We want to make sure that we're not, setting the bar in a place that feels unfair to people who are coming along today and starting to chase it.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Back to pets a little bit. Do you see a world where we could potentially play our pet battles on mobile, for example, when traveling to work? If the functionality was added to mobile where you could also progress your achievements, like there's one very popular one, the 5,000 PvP pet battle one. I think it could maybe increase participation. Or what are your thoughts on this?
I agree. Honestly, I would love to see it. I think there have been a number of technical challenges that we're still working through. It's an idea that comes up frequently.
No, fuck mobile.
But I think,
why would people do this to me? If you want to play mobile games, go play mobile games. Don't mobile jack shit. Fuck mobile. Oh my god, it's like whenever people ask about the console question. It's like, no, let the peasants play their own games. This is meant for royalty. If you have a PC, you play WoW. If you don't have a PC, you don't play WoW. It's as simple as that. Fuck. Ah, these peasants that constantly want to get their hands on our games. Motherfucker.
I think there's just questions of like what form it would take. Something that the mobile app doesn't do currently is
kill him?
Rendering actual, 3D assets and pulling creatures and spell visuals and stuff into that mobile package, because again, it's just a very different technical framework. So we'd have to change a bunch of things to make it work.
Nice.
But completely understand the value there. Like, it feels like something that, if you want to play WoW but you're not at your computer, you can make progress in the system. It feels like a good fit and something we continue to talk about.
That's awesome to hear, because it would be nice to be able to progress the little things while you're not playing, like the way that you've had missions in the past. I think it's great. All right, then back to mounts again. Shadowlands added many more mounts than any other expansion in the past. I think the number might be around the same as Legion and BFA combined or something. It's starting to get difficult to spot rare mounts from a vendor or reputation mount, especially when many of them are, potentially recolors of the same model. And so what are your thoughts on mounts being recognizable, such as, popular in the past ones like Amani Warbear or Invincible?
So there's a few pieces to that. Definitely Shadowlands had a lot of mounts. Some of that was the nature of the Covenant system and kind of times like multiplying everything by 4. Particularly early on when there was more of the sense of like pick your path. You wanted each of them to feel really complete unto itself. And then of course, as players are able to move among all of them more freely, that just became a very, very large space of not just mounts, but transmog and all the other cosmetics as well. With recall.
So, Nightshaft, I mean, the thing is, right, you have to look at what different people are interested in. So, for example, if I had an interview with Ian, I would not ask a single question about mounts or pets, because I can't think of a single thing in World of Warcraft that I care less about. I would rather PvP than collect a mount. Okay, and I fucking hate PvP, but I would rather go do a couple of battlegrounds than collect one mount in the game. So I wouldn't ask this question, but Annie, obviously you could hear it. She misses 500 pets to have 2,000 fucking pets in the game. So this is clearly something that she cares about, and different content creators. This is why it's so important for us to get a lot of interviews from a lot of content creators, because everyone's going to have different things that they sort of want to know and different things that they care about. So I think, Yeah, I listen to it because it's interesting to hear the different people that play the game, and I don't judge the way that anyone plays the game. It's a game. It's meant to be played. You are your own person. You play the game the way that you want to play it. I don't have. The good thing is I don't have to play the game the same way.
Colors, I think we try when possible.
Ace the Base, how you doing, brother?
Colors, at least thematically consistent in terms of where they come from, what type of
Yes,
activity.
alone. This is the one place that I sort of put my foot down and I say, I don't care. This is where I become a dictator. So I'm all for absolute freedom, except when it comes to mobile and console, in which case I become a dictator, and I would probably argue for the exile of all mobile and console players. And I think just I would be willing to start a political party in order to get that shit done. So yeah, those are the only things in which I don't think your freedom trumps my ability to dictate what you're allowed to do.
That where, if possible, when you see someone on a mount, you at least know what portion of the game it came from. And the recolors are often available just for pure aesthetic reasons. You want something, you have a Mog that is a specific color prominently. It's nice if we make the mount available that matches it. We do, when it comes to particular, prestige mounts in particular, we very much want to avoid too many versions of those or reusing them in other places until a lot of time has passed. Again, so that if you see someone on, the Death Elemental, that they got Keystone Master. And it's like, yes, there's different colors for different seasons, but it's very clear, like that mount means dungeon achievement. Same thing for, end of raid mythic mounts. We avoid reusing those until a significant amount of time has passed. So it's striking a balance, but I think where possible, players who are clued in should be able to look at someone's mount and recognize, oh, you did this impressive thing to get it. And where that's not the case, it's something for us to keep working on.
Yeah, because I do agree. I think the KSM mount does stick out, different colors for different seasons. Same with gladiator mounts, and I think the mythic mount drops are also good. But yeah, I think in other places sometimes like rare drops or vendor reputation, I think there's a little more blurring there a lot, especially in Shadowlands. So it's nice to hear that you guys will, keep that in mind, maybe also for the future as well. And following up on that, I have a question about a system of mount dies. So having a way to have fewer
this
mounts
is actually an
overall,
important question, I
but
think,
having
for a lot
way
of people.
to then unlock dies instead, maybe similar to a Legion artifact weapon system. Is that something that you guys have come across as an idea?
It's an idea that comes up. It's a suggestion we definitely hear. Right now, it's not one that's consistent with how our items and mounts and just visual assets are built, both artistically and from an engineering pipeline perspective. Because it's not, WoW is known as having a painterly style.
I'll give you guys the short version, and then I'll let you listen to Ian's version, and I'll also give my opinion on it. So, according to World of Warcraft, all of their armors and mounts and things are designed to have gradients. It's blends of different colors, and that's what gives, the ultimate feel. And that's why you don't have dyes for your armors or your weapons or anything like that, because you would mess up the gradient for that item. Now, on the side of the engineering thing, I fully understand that. If your game isn't designed to really change the colors, that's something that you have to look into. And I do think that it's an important enough part for a lot of players that it is worth looking into in allowing for players to basically dye themselves. But what my thinking around this is, if you want to change your armor so that you basically end up looking like a dick wearing, a pink suit of armor, you should be allowed to do so. That's the whole point of allowing people to dye their armors. If you want to look like a moron, you should be free to do so. And I don't care that it's going to make you look worse or whatever. So what? It's up to the player to decide how they want to look. And if I want to have a pure black piece of armor, then so what? That's what I'm going to do. If you want to look like you have a giant fucking purple urgent member, you should be able to make yourself purple and, walk around like a bruised penis. It should be up to the player to change whatever they want in terms of armor and also in terms of mounts. And yeah, you'll hear now what Ian has to say about it, but it's basically just that they can't do it because of the blend of different colors and shit.
Which often means, sort of the literal vibe of brushstrokes and multiple combined colors in different sections, such that it's not like, oh,
Patch, are you being serious? Because that's literally not what an RPG is supposed to be. An artist has the ability to decide what their art should look like. You can't go up to Vincent van Gogh and be like, oh yeah, I think you should use pink here. Let me just paint this in with pink. An RPG, role-playing game, the player gets to decide what happens and what doesn't happen. That's the whole point of an RPG. Every option that you do not allow players to fully exercise is an option that runs counter to the RPG. Now, you could absolutely decide that, fuck it, I don't want players to have that option, but then you're still removing options from the player. I don't know what the fuck your argument is. No, they get to choose what you should look like in their game. No, they don't. They get to choose what armors they make, sure, but as a player, you get to choose how you want to present yourself in this game. That's the whole point of providing more option. What I don't... No, it's not their game. It's not their game. All right, quick question. What the fuck... What happens to World of Warcraft if no one plays it? What happens to their game if there's no players to fucking play it? It dies. It's gone. Congratulations. You have this giant world that's fucking empty. Shut the servers down. It is the players' game. That is the biggest load of crock I've ever heard in my life. It's not your game. It belongs to the players. You're just making it for the players, because without the players, there's no game. It's as simple as that.
this piece of the shoulder pad or this piece is just solid purple or solid green, and we can swap those out. And because of that nuance, it's challenging to just say, okay, replace this color with that color and have it actually functionally work. That said, we recognize and we hear loud and clear the desire for more and more and more customization. And that's in all avenues, whether it's the dragon riding mounts that we now have, whether it's creating your Drakthir, we want more depth, more variety. And that's an approach we want to continue to bring to all facets of the game.
I really like that, because that also then touches on the idea of potentially having dyes for transmog as well. And I think especially in transmog, that's when it's most complicated with different colors and stuff. It feels like a nice idea to be able to just unlock those by getting the dyes themselves.
Very fucking true.
So that's why I wanted to see what you had to say about that. So thank you for the answer.
Absolutely. And that could definitely be cool. I think it's something that we're going to continue to talk about, but nothing specific to announce right now.
Okay. Another kind of big question, my last big question on collecting. So I would feel that it would be cool to be able as a collector to progress other professions than your main two, but currently the punishment for dropping a profession means that you'd lose your recipes, potentially the unobtainable ones. And I understand the idea of people having different professions for social and economic reasons, but is there a way to maybe restore the previously learned recipes without affecting other people?
That's something that is challenging, but that we want to make happen. It's just a question of prioritizing it against, developing other new systems and things that, how many players does it benefit? I mean, personally, myself speaking as a player, I'm in the same boat. Like, I picked the character I play is, have a blacksmithing profession that isn't super beneficial to my character personally. I picked it up back when my guild was doing Molten Core, literally 17 years ago, so I could make all the rare dark iron stuff. And I have original vanilla Naxxramas recipes, and it's like, I'm never going to drop blacksmithing because we have things that are impossible to ever get again. Would be nice if I could change. Completely understand where the desire comes from. It's just competing against things like making the new profession system that we're excited to roll out to everybody in Dragonflight.
See, this is where I really do believe. So if you listen to Preach and his interviews with Ian and the team, so Blizzard have this sort of, I would call it medium-term design philosophy, where an expansion will start development about 3 years before it comes out. So they're already now developing the next expansion of the Dragonflight. They've already started. But I do think the one thing that World of Warcraft misses is long-term development cycles. So this is where you're sort of looking 5 years, 10 years, 15 years into the future, and you're saying, right, there are things that we would like to do in this game that is going to take us a tremendous amount of time, right? It's going to take us 5 years, 10 years, if not longer. So we can't really justify doing those within a single expansion, because then we wouldn't get much new content done because we're working so hard on getting the old content done. But this is where you want to have a smaller team. Big Travel Link, by the way, thanks for the 2 months up, bro. Really appreciate that. 7 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where you have a smaller development team that already starts developing these more long-term goals. Like, for example, here, with figuring out a way to give players back their recipes if they change professions and they have recipes that they can never again get, making those work from an engineering standpoint. Well, get a couple of engineers, 2 or 3 engineers, that starts working on this more long-term plot. Rather than, trying to take away work from the actual expansion, these guys are working to get long-form stuff done. This would be major things like graphical enhancements across all of the older expansions, server revamps across all of the old expansions. Things like this you could do, but over a longer period of time. And I do think World of Warcraft really misses that long expansion or that long view in terms of development, where if something can't fit into a single expansion window, it just doesn't get into the game. And then we always get this answer from Ian: that's something we would really like to do, but it's just trying to figure out, time and sort of opportunity costs of losing out on some new things, because, we wanted to give players this really cool thing, and that's why we really can't do it. That's not a good enough thing for me. I think you should have short-term, long-term, and medium-term design philosophies.
Right. But I think it's something that we genuinely want to tackle, and it's not a this is never going to happen thing. It's just a question of when.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I look forward to hopefully one day being able to do that. On the topic of mounts that become unobtainable later, like Gladiator, Keystone, Master, ahead of.
Oh, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate it. 10 months in a row, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Sorry, I wanted to interrupt because I just want to make something clear. It's not a question of it will never happen. It's just when it will happen. You see, this is where they sort of make the same mistake as what my government currently makes with Eskom, the company that provides our electricity in South Africa, where it's kind of this hope that at some point the country will use less energy to where they'll be able to meet the demand. Because they can't actually increase the demand, so they're hoping that the country as a whole just starts using less energy so that, they can meet the demand and load shedding will stop. So it's sort of this wishful thinking thing. Blizzard is sort of in the same boat. They're hoping that there will come a time where the engineering department will be free enough that they can start working on all this backlog of things that they one day wanted to do, but it wasn't yet the time. When is that going to happen? Like, when do you envision yourself having an expansion where you're just adding so few new things and it's still going to be a good expansion that you can start working on all of these other things that you had just put on the back burner? That doesn't happen. You have to start working on those things now in order to ensure that they happen at some point in the future. And it doesn't matter how long into the future. It's like the housing thing. Whenever, people ask about housing, Ian's like, we'd really love to do it, but if we did housing, that would come at the expense of a raid tier, or like maybe a dungeon, or, a battleground or an arena, and most people wouldn't be okay with that. And I'm saying, well, okay, how about you don't do housing for Dragonflight or do housing for the expansion after Dragonflight? How about you tell players we are in the process of developing housing and it will come in the future? You don't tell players when, you just say we are actively currently developing housing and we promise that it will come in the future. And then you just give players an update every 3 or 4 months. You come out with a blog post and you say, right, we've added the functionality, we've added the island, all of this shit is in process. We are busy developing it. And here's how we're developing it. This is where the development stands right now. These are the houses. Maybe show people some in-game videos of houses being built. And in the next 5 or 6 years, boom, everyone can build a house in WoW, because we started 5 or 6 years ago and we started small. We had a small little team that was just getting everything, sort of all of the building blocks in place in order for this to become an actual deliverable, rather than trying to cram all of that plus all of the dungeons and the raids and stuff into a single expansion.
The curve, it has the idea, or what do you guys feel about potentially some of those coming back, maybe several expansions later?
I think that's very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Some of those particular mounts, those rewards, titles in the same vein exist at times to mean you were there, you did the thing, and if you missed it, you missed it. The vast majority, like 99% plus of all of the rewards across World of Warcraft of every type, are things that you can go back and get years later. You can go back and kill old Mythic Raid bosses and get their titles. You can farm up their mounts.
It would be cool as fuck,
but there is a handful of things in the space that really are about, you were part of an experience, and if you see someone with it, you know that they did it while it mattered. And so we don't want to expand that space too much, but I think we're likely to preserve it as it stands.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's one of the popular questions I hear from new players, especially ahead of the curve mounts. So I totally understand your point. I just wanted to bring it forward to see what you'd say on it. So I think we're nearing the end, but I thought maybe I'd just throw some real quick questions. Achievement. It's over 9,000. Are we going to get another one for a higher number?
Are there any other meme numbers above that? I mean, let me know. I can think of a couple. They're maybe not so appropriate for a T14 rated game.
I wasn't going to mention that. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. But yeah, exactly. I guess there's no numbers around 30, no meme exactly. So, okay, so meme numbers, that's what it is, basically. That's what it takes.
Pretty much. That was 100%.
Gotcha. RBGs for groups of 5 to 6 people.
Yes, I think BGs, the size of BGs, is something we're definitely looking at and talking about a lot. I think looking at, effectively solo queue in the form of rated solo shuffle is an interesting experiment. That may lead to something in a similar space in Battlegrounds down the line. It's something, we've heard a lot from the community. So stay tuned. We'll have more to talk about later on in Dragonflight.
Yeah, it's coming, chat. Fucking calm down, all right?
Import-export features now in the game, and talents and such. Are we going to get one for sharing our customization of the Drakthir?
That's something we'd like to do. It's come up a lot, actually. People who, either have spent 15 minutes making their Drakthir and then realize they picked the wrong faction, or something comes up and they have to back out, and they're like, I had it perfect. I want to save this. Or you see someone else's and you want to, copy the setup. That's something we're going to look into.
Cool. Yeah, I found myself making 2 Drakthirs on 2 separate servers, and I'm like, it would be nice if I could just copy it. Final question. Which dragon aspect would you rather be stranded on an island with, and why?
Alexstrasza, she's hot.
Would you really be stranded with any of them? They're all dragons that can fly. Like, how do you get stuck on an island if you're a dragon?
Maybe there's invisible walls. Okay, you can't get out.
Well, okay, then my very serious answer is going to be the future leader of the Black Dragon flight.
Oh, okay. Good answer.
Shit.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And I think that is the end of our time together.
That's
thank
such
you
a
so
high
much,
bouncer,
Ian,
though.
for taking your time to talk about stuff. This has been really exciting for me. I was very nervous about this, but it started feeling better as further into the interview we got. So yeah, thank you so much.
It was a complete pleasure chatting. So thank you for the great questions.
Thank you.
I think this was a good interview. I'll hit subscribe. Why not? Brutally rip the wings off the dragon in question. No, I think this was a good interview. I mean, obviously, look, guys, there's always going to be disagreements, but that's the whole point of video games in general. There's going to be disagreements. There's going to be things that I want that Ian doesn't necessarily want. There's going to be things that you want that I don't necessarily want, or that Ian doesn't necessarily want. But that's where it boils down to having those discussions and just being open about it, because maybe there are ways that we can find compromises. Even if, both of us can't be happy, maybe we can both be 50% happy with what comes out. But yeah, I've never expected to agree 100% with Ian or with any of the WoW developers. I think it would be a scary day if we agreed 100%, because that would just mean that they would continuously design everything that I expect, and then there would be no more surprises. So how fucking fun would that game be? It's far more fun when I am actually a bit surprised every once in a while. So yeah, I think good interview. Not as good as the Novel one, but that's not Annie's fault. That's just because, Novel's interview was brutal as fuck. Alex Rosa and Ysera, I'd probably stay on the island. Do you find Ysera to be as hot as Ysera? In the words of Yoshi P, I'm greedy. I want all types of players to play FF. True. I do think that Yoshi P is almost always going to have some problem with certain types of players. Just like the sister fantasy thing. Yeah, I've never had that fantasy, so I guess. And they're technically not sisters. They're, well, actually, no, they are. Because they were clutch mates. No? So no, they are actually, sorry. Screw me. I was talking out of my ass. You can't make a game for all sorts of players. Final Fantasy offer casuals. It's not just for casuals. The problem with Final Fantasy is that it places a lot of onus on its storytelling, right? Storytelling is everything in that game. And there are players that just don't give a fuck about storytelling. This has been true literally forever. And it's always going to be true. There's going to be players that care about it. There's going to be players that don't. And you can't really take that away from players. I know so many players in World of Warcraft that skip everything. They have an add-on that skips all cutscenes, all dialogue, all bullshit. It just takes you through the game as quickly as possible. Because these are players that they want to get to max level. They want to do dungeons. They want to do raids. They want to do PvP. They don't care about what the actual story of the game is. And because Final Fantasy doesn't really offer that option, you kind of have to go through all of those story moments, and it's a long fucking journey. It's just right there. There's like a portion of the WoW player base that's just never going to play that game because they don't want to go through all of that story. They just want to get in and do dungeons. It's going to be tiring? Well, it's not tiring. It's a brilliant fucking story. With the Ice Primal Incarnate. Yeah, they were very close as well. I'm not entirely sure how that worked, but, that's why Alex Rosa didn't want to kill her, because they were very close. But look, guys, that's the beauty of video games. Because there are so many different types of games out there, it allows for everyone to find what they like most. And we should hope for more games like that, not less. The more games we have that provide different outputs for different people, the better it is for everyone. So yeah, I'm always for more options, more choices to happen within the game. Like Cyberpunk 2077 and the Dark Realms stuff and Warcraft, that's my type of games. Cyberpunk 2077 is such a good game though. Fuck, such a good game. I should do another playthrough. Although, wait, what game are we getting? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game that we're going to be playing through on the 10th of December, I think. We're going to start a brand new playthrough for Witcher 3 because the new graphical update for Witcher 3 is coming in December. And sadly, I have to do it again. Man, I've played that game so many times, but I have to. How buggy was it, Akko? 2077? I didn't experience any bugs in my first playthrough, and I literally played it day one. I say any bugs. I had one bug where my player would just fucking T-pose on top of the car whenever I was driving, but I mean, that didn't really break the experience of the game at all. Which I'm excited for it. Oh yeah. Which, of course, Witcher 3 again, Nightshaft. They're doing a complete overhaul of the graphics, updating it to modern era. How could I not replay it? I've already finished Witcher 3 like 7 times. So might go for 8. I don't know if I'll finish the entire playthrough. I mean, I have played that game to death, but I probably will. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I love that world. I love the feeling of that world. I love the music, the atmosphere, the story, the characters. Everything about that world is just pure perfection. In my opinion, it is the greatest RPG that has ever been created, and there's nothing that has ever even come close to it. So this is going to be a very busy few months, like a very busy month at least, because on the 28th we have WoW Dragonflight launching, which obviously I'm going to be playing. Then on the 1st, I'm moving to a new house, and I'm hoping that I get set up quickly enough that I can continue playing Dragonflight. And then on the 10th, we have the new Witcher stuff coming out, which obviously we're going to be playing, because why wouldn't we? So yeah, there's going to be just a fuck ton of things to do this month. And I'm pretty sure there's more games launching, because I was excited for December. I'm not entirely sure why, but I was excited for December. What's going the battery funds? Oh, you know, I mean, I'm just saving up for it, but it's still far away. But I am saving up for it every day. Domago, are you moving again? Striker, how you doing, bro? Yes, I'm moving again. The internet in this place is just fucking miserable. So, don't want to stay here anymore. Next year, we have Stalker 2, Starfield, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. So, I don't give a fuck about Stalker. I do care about Starfield. We'll probably play that. Not entirely sure if I'm gonna like it, but I will play it. And obviously, I'm gonna play Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. It's the best excuse to move. So, the internet right now, Striker, makes it so that... So, we have load shedding to deal with, right? I have to go in, like, fucking 10, 20 minutes because of load shedding. We have load shedding to deal with. And then we have internet problems. So whenever my power is on, my internet doesn't want to fucking work. It keeps dropping and it keeps creating problems. It is just very annoying. You know, I would like to live in a place where when I have power, I can actually stream. Instead of this, some days it's just impossible. Like today's been actually pretty good. We had that drop right in the beginning of the stream, where it went down. But since then, you know, for the past 4 hours, we've had 0 drops. It's been pretty good. Oh, big traveling. Yeah, load shedding is not good. Domago. For a long time in my life, I wanted to move to Texas in the US of A. Nowadays, I'm sort of the opinion that you have 2 options. You can run away, you know, and run to another country, but there's almost guaranteed going to be problems in that other country too. You know, you aren't necessarily moving from, you know, a place with a lot of problems to a place with no problems. The problems might be different, but there are going to be problems. Or you can just fix the problems in your own place. Now, obviously, I'm not assuming that I can fix my country's power problems, but I could probably fix my power problems. This is why I'm saving up for a battery. I'm probably going to start off with a battery generator, which they're not that expensive. They're about $3,000, give or take. So it is super fucking expensive, but it's not, you know, in order to go full solar, you need about $20,000 plus. Now, that is very expensive, but $3,000, if I keep saving up, I can probably get there. The battery generator should take care of most of my problems, at least in the short term. Yeah, and then it's just a case of keep saving up until I can get full solar and, you know, full battery and go off the grid. Just saying. Yeah, but load shedding isn't the only problem. Load shedding might be one of the problems, but if I lived in Sweden, I would have to deal with the government taking a lot of my money. Because the government feels like it deserves my money. Because for some reason they think that's fair. And I would cry myself to sleep every night because the government keeps taking 50% of my fucking paycheck, if not more. So there I would have to deal with that shit, you know? So everywhere you go, you would have to deal with something. 54% of me at the moment? Yeah, you see, 54% they can suck a dick. Shit that I know is better than the shit that I don't know, is the saying we have? Yeah. Or the grass is always greener on the other side, but what you don't see is the grass is greener because of all the shit. Problems everywhere. Just choose the ones that suit you best. The only reason I would actually consider moving to the US would be time. So if I lived in Texas, I could wake up normal time in the mornings, stream like I do now, and it would be the perfect time for both people in the US as well as people in Europe, because it would be around 6 o'clock my time now in South Africa that I start streaming. Whereas here in South Africa, I'm streaming now in the morning. How many people do you think is online now? Probably not many, no? I would say Switzerland is probably one of the most beautiful countries on earth. Like, if it was just down to beauty, Switzerland would be my option. Also, I do kind of like the freedom in Switzerland. Like, it's actually kind of wild just how free the people in Switzerland actually is, bro. It is a nuts fucking country when you get into it. So from a freedom perspective, I would probably choose Sweden, and beauty, I would choose Sweden. But job perspective, I think Texas is better. Yeah, if it was purely down to work, Texas would almost guaranteed be my option. While how expensive it is, though? Oh, yeah. Obviously. Have you considered bumfuck Estonia? Northernmost Baltic state? Dude, I don't even know. I didn't even know that was a fucking country until you just said it. No, I didn't know Estonia existed, but no. I have not considered it. I wouldn't move from one developing nation to another developing nation, no? If I were to move, it would be to a developed nation. There was something I wanted to look at before we go, but I can't fucking... I can't fucking remember what it was, chat. Come to Greece, we have enormous electricity taxes, but at least we have sun. But Nightshaft, we have sun here too. I mean, it's South Africa, bro. We have sun even in the winter time. It never snows here. It's always sunny. Why would I move to Greece where the electricity prices are also high and there's the same thing that I have here? No, I'm good. Yeah, I would probably... Texas is probably my first choice. UK, you can move into Pakistan, no worries. The UK is fucked, bro. Have you seen their government? Like, Jesus. They're currently... Being the Prime Minister of the UK is like being the War Chief of the Horde. A new one every few months. It's like playing musical chairs with your fucking minister. Estonia is flattering and nice people. I do like the idea of living in a small town. Like, my perfect life... My absolute perfect life would be a cabin with good internet, but a cabin by a lake that sees snow at least 8 months a year. That would be my perfect life. Just no one living around me, just me out in a cabin somewhere in the fucking woods, but still good internet, like proper fiber internet in my cabin. That will never fucking happen, but I would love if that actually did happen. That would be my perfect life. Like, I love the idea of waking up every day. There's no one around you, and you're just looking out over these frozen lakes and frozen forests. I don't know why. I don't know why people complain so much about frost and snow, because to my mind, that seems like just the best way to live. Texas governor is going to eliminate property tax, and we already don't pay income tax here. But how's the state looking to make money if it abolishes the property tax? And like, I believe that income tax is theft, so I don't mind the fact that you don't have income tax. I think income tax is one of the most immoral taxes you can levy on a population. Oh my god, I don't think they'll beg from the federal government. I highly doubt it. Like, that might be your knee-jerk reaction, but you'll have to see. In that case, go to Alaska. We have quite a lot of exports, so maybe the money will come from there. So the way that I think, if you want to have the perfect tax system, you abolish all income tax, because you have to think about this, right? Income tax is literally a levy on production. You're effectively punishing your citizens for working hard, which is just the stupidest thing ever. You want citizens to work. So why would you tax citizens on work? You're effectively taxing your citizens for being productive. What you want to tax is expenditure and consumption. So you abolish all income tax, and then you levy a sales tax, either through VAT, value-added tax, or just a straight-up sales tax. But because what you ultimately want is you want people to buy less things, but make more things, because that's a productive society. The problem is that it's so fucking bonkers these days, where governments not only tax you for your work, but then also tax you for your consumption. You know, in South Africa, for example, the taxes here, I pay about 25% tax in South Africa. And then also my VAT is 15%. And then also capital gains tax, and then also property tax, and then also sin tax, and then also sugar tax. Although I don't really eat anything that would pay a sugar tax, but you get the idea, right? All of these different types of taxes that effectively just make you fucking cry. There's more taxes. Just a lot of those taxes I don't actually partake in because I don't own things of that nature, but no, there's definitely more taxes. South Africa is one of the most difficult, I think the only country in the world that has a more intricate and complicated tax system than the South African tax system is America. I think America's tax system, this was according to an economist, America is the only other country in the world that has a more complicated tax system than South Africa. Assuming people in charge aren't part of the death cult, more conspiracy noises, nice. And then they tax you for your pension. It's robbery, nothing else. Here's something that's been wild to me for the longest fucking time. So if you win the lotto, yeah. Now keep in mind that the lotto, part of what funds the lotto, at least in South Africa, is tax money, right? There's a portion of the taxes that go towards the lotto. But then when you win the lotto, half of that money is taken as tax. And it's sort of like, so you took my taxes to fund this fucking thing, and now you're taking it back as taxes. You're going, no, we won't give you all of this money, we'll just give you half. But we're not going to tell you we're giving you half until we take the half, because it sounds better when it's a bigger number. Dude, that is criminal as fuck, right? Because at the end of the day, you've already paid taxes on that shit. Now you're paying more taxes on it. Like, oh my god, dude. Dude, governments are just the ultimate evil. You should view your government as the enemy of the people at all times. Hiding Lizzie, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You see, fuck you, Akko. Whoa. Why so aggro, brother? What did I do? my government had a great idea. They want to tax extra income, that is. They want to tax companies that do really good. One of the most stupid things I've heard in my life. So, Domago, there is a fundamental argument that can be made around property or corporation tax or corporate tax. The thing with corporate tax is if you make corporate tax too high, corporations just leave the country and you're fucked, right? Because you lose all of that, all of those jobs, all of that potential money that would have come from exports and stuff. So you don't want to make it too high. This is where the people that go 70% tax on the top 1% and shit, it's just bonkers because they don't realize that all of the top 1% just take their money out of the country and you don't get nothing. But anyways, right? But you also don't want corporate tax to be zero. And the reason you don't want corporate tax to be zero is if a company will make more money by not spending money, they won't spend the money. That's just how it works. Because remember, corporations just want cash. They just want profits. So if you tell me that I get to keep 100% of all of the profits that I earn without spending anything extra, why the fuck would I spend any money? I'm keeping 100% of my money. So what the government then does, in order to incentivize companies to spend money, is saying, right, we are going to tax you 25 or 30% on your profits. So whatever you make in profits, we're taking 28% of that. How do you get that down? Well, simple. You spend money. So what do companies do? They open new factories, employ more workers, make bunch of investments, all that shit, because this brings their profits lower so that they don't have to pay as much in taxes. Ultimately, this is good for the economy because, yes, they just spent, maybe they didn't pay any taxes because they built 5 new factories, but those 5 new factories are now employing 100, let's say 10,000 new people. That's 10,000 new people that can now spend money in the economy because they're getting a salary, right? The Potato Patch, thanks for the raid, brother. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So you want to incentivize companies to spend money in the economy so that you can actually, get more people working and get more people to spend money so that consumption goes up, so that your taxes go up and all that shit. So it's a good thing to tax corporations. But if you make it too high, again, the corporations will just fuck off. Because if you said we're taking 50% of your entire income, well, why would I stay in this country? Because even if I spent a shit ton of money to get my profits as low as possible, you're taking 50% of my fucking money. So I can't spend that much money because I'm already only keeping a little of that. You're taking half. So I may as well move to a different country that isn't going to charge me as much. And that way, go screw yourself. So it's a careful balance. You have to balance those things. Otherwise, you could run into some serious trouble very quickly. You're right, but that's all true. Only if you can expand your company. Big Traveling, the problem is that almost all companies can expand. It depends just on how government creates the environment for expansion. Companies will always expand, no matter what happens. They will always expand. They will always look to expand. And if they don't expand, they'll go bankrupt and new companies will take its place. But it's up to government to create an environment where you want to expand or where you can expand, where you can compete. I fear this is where companies like Amazon have become a giant problem, especially for smaller companies that simply cannot compete against what Amazon offers. So there's a lot of people that's celebrating Amazon coming to South Africa. Amazon's head offices are just about built here in Cape Town. And Amazon is looking to really aggressively move into the South African market because through South Africa they get access to the African market, which is arguably one of the largest markets in the world. Not in terms of money, but in terms of people. And if, more people have money, more people will buy stuff and Amazon will make mega bucks. The issue is, I feel very sorry for almost all of the small companies in South Africa that is trying to survive. Because they're about to be hit by Jeff Bezos right in the nuts. Because Amazon can be cheaper than any of those other companies because Amazon can import their own goods. They already have the infrastructure for that. Amazon is famous for undercutting companies. So I do think this is going to be a very bad move for the economy of South Africa. But, you know, is what it is. We'll see. Thing is, there already is a tax on them, so giving them one more, because hey, we didn't tax you enough. It's dumb. It's making it almost look like double taxation on the same thing. Capital gains tax, actually, I would argue, is, to my mind, also a massive sin, because capital gains tax is 100. At least in South Africa. I don't know how it works in the rest of the world, but here in South Africa, so I have money in the stock market, right? I own shares. I buy shares every single month of my life. Now, whenever I get gains on those shares, so when I get dividend payouts or when the shares rise, although I don't really own rising shares, I own dividend shares, but whenever those dividends pay out, I will eventually be forced to pay taxes on those dividends. The problem is, I have already paid taxes on the money before I bought the dividend shares. So you are literally double taxing me. You tax me on the money before I buy the shares, and then you tax me on the money after the shares pay out. Again, you're punishing good behavior. You should want most of your citizens to buy shares. You should want most of your citizens to save their money. But you're taxing them, thereby kind of trying to get them not to do those things. It's very stupid. Most governments are fucking stupid, bro. The tax here did rise 3%. Now it's 10.7%, but it will drop for sure again, like it always did. Wait. But I could not agree more. Couldn't have said it better. It's beautiful. Himiko, hold up. What is the tax in Switzerland? Is the tax in Switzerland 10.7%? Bullshit. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. Googling it now. In 2021, the federal income tax varied from a bracket of 0.77% for single taxpayers and 1% for married taxpayers to the maximum rate of 11.5%. For individuals with a taxable income below CHF 14,500 and couples, I don't know what CHF stands for, and couples with a taxable income below CHF 28,000, no federal tax is levied. Dude, why am I not living in Switzerland? This is zero taxes, bro. Holy shit. I like this. But it has cantonal taxes? The fuck is cantonal taxes? Hold up. I need to check what this cantonal taxes thing is. Here we see. The federal Swiss corporate tax rate is a flat rate of 8.5%, but additional cantonal and municipal rates can vary considerably. The maximum corporate tax rate, including all federal, cantonal, and communal taxes, between 11.9% and 21.6%, still lower than almost anywhere else in the world. However, a range of allowances and deductions means you'll usually pay much less. Dude, Switzerland seems like a fucking haven. The only other country I can think of that is probably just as good would be Singapore. So Singapore, in my mind, also has a really interesting way of working on taxes. So, for example, if you buy a car in Singapore, you pay a fuck ton for that car. It is super expensive because the way that Singapore views it is they're not going to tax citizens that don't use the roads for, the roads. Instead, they tax the citizens that own cars because they're the ones using the road. Therefore, they're the ones that should be paying the tax for the road, which I just 100% agree with. I don't think I should be taxed for something I do not use. So the only other country I would think of, a canton is something like a state in the EU, and yes, Switzerland always was the tax haven of Europe. I think Liechtenstein as well. Liechtenstein could be. I've heard that people like. Are you guys saying tax haven or tax haven? Imigo, I mean, Singapore is incredible as a country. The only problem I have with Singapore is their lack of freedom. Like, Singapore does not really allow for much freedom. It is a dictatorship in all but action. It doesn't look like a dictatorship, but it is one. EU is economical and political union. Tax haven. Send me the address and I'll be en route. In Bulgaria, EU, we have flat 10% income taxes. Yeah. I mean, what is your opinion, guys? Would you prefer a flat tax, or do you think a progressive tax is better? Possibly get a citizenship, and it's basically an absolute monarchy. Dude, the way that the other governments in the world are running, would an absolute monarchy be a problem? I mean, the West can no longer go around telling people that we're free and shit. Like, that's just bullshit, right? Governments have basically become dictatorships everywhere in the world. So at this point, it's probably completely useless to say, oh, this is a dictatorship or whatever. Move to the Vatican? Why not? Let me go visit the Pope. I'm sure I would be very welcome. You know, me and the Pope having arguments. Why are you wearing that hat, bro? Like, that's a stupid hat. Just get yourself a new one. That one looks a bit bad. No, I probably wouldn't work in the Vatican. I have way too many opinions on things. With an absolute monarch, you can win, good monarch, or lose, idiot monarch. In a so-called democracy, you are always ruled by idiots. True. Fucking true. Dude, I did not know that I had so many fucking based viewers. Like, Monaco is a state country, sort of, to speak of. You must be at least lotto winner to live there. King Julian. 36-month, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. King Julian, how you doing, brother? No, yeah, I mean, to my mind, it's not even so-called democracy. I believe democracy in and of itself is literally just the ability to vote for your dictator. I don't like the idea of being ruled by the masses, because I think that is a fundamentally immoral governance system, because you are effectively telling the minority that they should be ruled by the majority, which is supposedly not a good thing, but, you know, when it's done in the name of democracy, that is a good thing. I don't know what the best, like, the better fix for that would be. I don't know how you solve that problem, because you could say, okay, let's not have democracy, but then what do you have in its stead? Because all other options would be really bad. Like, dictatorships is really bad, because the only way to replace a dictatorship is by going to war. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to go to war every 4 years to get a new fucking dictator. So maybe that's not the right one. You could have representational democracies, which is kind of better. That's how a lot of European countries do it. It's kind of better than just flat out democracy, but still not great. You could have a constitutional republic like the US used to be, which should be good, although it got fucked really quickly. So I don't know what the right government system would be. So, Akko, 1 week to go till DF. I'm so hyped. What about you, Akko? I mean, I'm not so hyped, but I am hyped. I am looking forward to it. It's something to play. And I am looking forward to seeing how the story plays out. America had a clause of, hey, citizens of the future, is the government tyrannical? Here, take your guns and get rid of it. But, you know, gun laws. Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to be pro-gun. But I don't think it's just that. I do think that the original version of what America should have been changed so long ago, most Americans don't even know what America should have been. So it doesn't even matter. Especially when most of the states in the US pass this majority takes it all approach, winner takes it all approach. That's the day that the constitutional republic died in America. The second state started passing winner takes it all. Because the whole point of the American system was that you would have representational representation, right? Representational democracy. In other words, if your state voted, say, 20% Republican, 25% Democrat, 20% this, 20% that, whatever the case may be, right? However it breaks out. All of those people would be sent as a proportional representation to the Senate and the Congress in order to represent the state based on how the votes worked out. So you would have a very sort of large group of people having to find a way to work together. But then most of these states came out with a winner takes it all. So let's say, for example, the Democrats get 51% and the Republicans get 49% because there really aren't any other parties in America anymore. The Democrats get the whole state. So all of the Congress people and all of the senators that go from, the Democratic Party. So now suddenly the 49% of Republicans that should have been represented in the state isn't represented because they have a winner takes it all policy, which is just, can you think of anything more evil? USA is in a slow collapse, gonna be millennia until another nation like it happens again. What about China though? Too many to be properly ruled. We are going to have to live in small tribes. That way we function and we regulate our numbers to not fuck up our living space. We are like cancer. We're fucking ourselves. But hey, 30, 40 years, I'm out of here anyways. I wouldn't say we're like cancer. I actually happen to like humanity. I do agree with everything else you said. Yeah, that is actually one of the most beautiful things to see, Rahuru, is how China is actually, like, the Chinese people are finally starting to free themselves. Slowly but surely, they are starting to rebel against the Communist Party, which is just so beautiful, because I hate the Chinese government with everything in me. They stand for everything that I'm against, but my heart breaks for the Chinese people because many of them have, they were born into the system, and I think it must be very difficult to know what things could be if things have been this way literally since your birth. So from the first moments that you knew how government is, it has always been this way. It has always been how the country is run. How do you even know that you're not living an optimal life? Doesn't matter what country collapses first at this point. It's just gonna spread like Rona. You think so? I think there are countries that are far more exposed than others. America seems to be one of the least exposed countries. Europe could probably be okay as a collective whole. Africa is still going to be fucked, so no difference there. I'm really not worried. If the news came out today that said the world is fucked, I would just be like, oh, cool. Welcome, boys. I would literally just go live and say, right, welcome to hell, boys. Let me give you guys some pointers on how to survive in this new normal. But yeah, they'd be like, you don't say? They still do camps for COVID after almost 3 years. Oh my God. Oh yeah. I saw a newspaper article here where some medical agency in South Africa is calling on the government to do another lockdown because they say that the people of South Africa is not taking COVID seriously enough. And they said that, the South African public have basically reached 50%, so 50% of all adults in South Africa have been vaccinated. and in kids it's even much lower. But only of that 50%, only like I think 20% had 2 vaccinations. Most people just had 1. Some people had 3. And then they were sort of going, the government needs to put more pressure on people to do this. And then I looked at the article, and it seems like it had 1 comment on the article, and it was a Bitcoin scam. It's the only comment on the article was a Bitcoin scam. So, it's clear that almost no one gives a shit. In South Africa, at least, people just don't give a crap. Like, whenever you speak of COVID, people just sort of tune out. I've been realizing it more and more. Like, I speak to so many people because I go to the gym every single day. I go to the beach every single day. I talk to so many people every day. When COVID just happened, people were very afraid and everyone was talking about it. Now, you don't hear a single person fucking mentioning it. Like, not a single person even talks about COVID as a problem. You had 3 vaccinations. Nightshift, you too. Caleb, did you get 3 as well? In charge of that propaganda? I don't know, Town Portal. I don't like to think that it's like one group that's in charge of it. I just think it's a series of bad decisions. I don't even know. I have not been vaccinated. Of course, I'm talking about if the economy would collapse in any of the major countries, it would spread inflation in one way or another throughout the ranks. I can see that happening. Retail workers wearing masks? No. No one wears masks in South Africa anywhere. Like, not a single. I have, like, shortly after they lifted the max mandate, I'm talking about maybe 1 or 2 weeks after, there were still here or there, you would find some weird people that were still walking around with a mask. I haven't seen a mask in 6 months, if not longer. You don't see anyone wearing masks. No one gives a fuck. All of the stores now have removed or not all, but most of the stores have removed those glass barriers. Like, when COVID came out, everyone was putting up these glass barriers that, you could only speak to them through these little holes and shit. All of that crap has been removed. Most of the stores are back to normal. Most of the stores don't even have sanitizer at the door anymore. Like, no one gives a shit. Everyone's just going on with their lives. No one cares. My doctor offices still require a mask, but everywhere else doesn't. There's not a single person. Like, the second the government came out and said no one has to wear masks, every company in South Africa, or the government came out and said that it will be up to private companies and private people to determine the mask mandates for their own businesses. All of the businesses in the country just dropped the masks. They were just like, no, never mind. Do whatever the fuck you want. So yeah, that should just been like, no one cares. Yeah, we've reacted to the interviews. No one cares anymore. I've had COVID 3 times. 2 times that I know for a fact that I've been tested for. Once I'm pretty sure because I had all the what do you call it? The side effects of it, the symptoms. Yeah, you don't feel great. The first time was fucking miserable. I felt like I was gonna die. I was so sick for like 2 days, and then it was gone. Since then I haven't been ill once. So, I think my immune system is in overdrive. It's just killing everything. Like, if anything gets into my body that it should not have, my body's like, get it the fuck out of here. We're not going through that again. They already have greeter at Walmart with ego trips, guilting you for not wearing them here. No one here gives a shit. Like, not a single person cares. Tiger's off. How you doing, brother? It's usually because they found another reason for liking the mask and ain't giving a shit. Like, yeah, there are people that just, I guess, like the mask because it's a fashion accessory or whatever. Or some people that might be a bit shy still wear the mask just because it helps them sort of feel like they're hiding away. The problem that I have with the masks is that we now know, due to the evidence that is just abundantly available, that if it's not an N95 mask, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually help with anything. You'll still catch it, you'll still spread it. It doesn't actually stop any of that. So the masks is just wholly unnecessary. And the only reason I haven't gotten the vaccine, I'm not one of those anti-vaccine people. I have had many flu vaccines in my life. I've had all of my vaccines as a child. I will vaccinate all of my children when they are born. I don't have any problems with that shit. I'm not anti-vax. I'm just I'm one of those people that, I don't trust the medical industry as a rule. So I'm going, let's see, let them test it on all these other people. And if nothing bad happens there and it's still required after a while, then I'll get it. Thanks to everyone that's tested it. We await the data. And if the data comes back and everything's good and dandy in 10 years from now, none of you have developed cancer or become zombies, I'll get the vax, I have no problems with it. I think it does what it's supposed to do. Actually, I don't think it's an actual vax, because it doesn't actually stop you from getting COVID, nor does it stop you from giving people COVID. It just sort of helps with the symptoms of COVID, which isn't actually what a vaccine does, but never mind. It is what it is. I don't think it's bad for you. I don't know. I don't really follow this shit at all. If it does turn you into zombies, though, that would be cool. I'm not gonna lie. Sucks to be you. But bro, I have been ready for a zombie apocalypse as long as I have fucking lived. So, just gonna say, thanks for taking one for the team. I'm gonna have a whale of a time shooting you all. Already all zombies, you chat, bro? Whoa, don't go. Only I am allowed to make fun of you guys. Fucking asshole. Anti-vax confirmed. Maybe. I'm unvaccinated, but not anti-vax. I was willing to get the vax, but second, third, fuck it, I'll deal with the virus. I got the vaccine just so I didn't have to wear a mask at my job, and holy hell, I was sicker than shit for like 3 weeks. You don't trust the people who live from keeping you sick to treat you, but why? Oh, well, I don't know. It's just a feeling. I can't really put my finger on it, It's just a feeling I get. If anyone's going to live and not last the zombie apocalypse, it's us gamers. Not you, King Julian. Like other gamers, yes, but not you. 10 years, I will be too old to at least enjoy it a bit. Dude, there's one thing that you have to know during a zombie apocalypse. If you do this, you'll be fine. Do not, and I repeat this, do not rely on anyone else. Don't join a group. Just shoot everyone on sight and take their shit. Because if I've watched many zombie movies, it's always that one guy that promises you he's fine, and then you make him join the group, and then he was bitten, and then in your sleep he eats your face off. You want to kill all people. Like as soon as you see someone walking, it doesn't matter if they're a zombie or not, you just kill them, and then you take their shit. That's how you survive a zombie apocalypse. Don't trust anyone. Just do your thing. Unless it's a hot girl, in which case take the chance so that, you guys can at least fucky. But otherwise, just shoot everyone. Families died because they took the vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I don't want that shit. Dio, I know 3 people that died shortly after the vaccine. I can't say that it was because of the vaccine, because it could have been because of a lot of things. We know that there are people that is allergic to vaccines. We know that even stuff like the flu vaccine, which is very well documented, can cause death in people. This is natural. So I don't know if it is because of or just, coincidence. But I do know of 3 people that's gone through it. Again, I'm not a fucking doctor, guys. I just want to put that out there. If I was a doctor, I'd probably not be streaming. I'm too dumb to be a doctor. So I just sort of think for myself, and I allow everyone else to think for themselves. Do whatever makes you happy and makes you feel safe. That I think is the best way to live. That's a football. Wait, hold up. This is wrong. There we go. Ethan History Gaming, how you doing, bro? You literally came at the end of the stream. literally at the end of the stream. But we should be. Let me see what tomorrow holds, because I think tomorrow we're actually going to start later. My power's going off very, very early tomorrow. I think my power is actually going out at like 10 tomorrow, 10 to 12. So my power should come back up around this time tomorrow. So let me just see here. Yeah. So okay. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday, no? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. No, is tomorrow Wednesday? What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. Okay, so tomorrow, Wednesday. Yeah, I might be a little bit later. I might start a little bit later tomorrow. We're probably going to play some World of Warcraft tomorrow, do some Warhammer reactions and shit. I don't know what else I'll be doing. Maybe towards the end of the stream, we might play some Call of Duty Warzone. Depending on the time that we start the stream and, you know, how light or how I feel, really. That's really what it's all about. Because I have been playing quite a bit of Call of Duty Warzone, and I'm not going to lie to you, it is fun. It is super fun. I suck dick at it. I'm so bad at first-person shooters, bro. But I have the time of my life playing it. Got his foot pedals ready. Why foot pedals? You don't use foot pedals in Call of Duty Warzone, bro. You just shoot people when you're not streaming, Echo. When I'm not streaming, I usually hang out on Discord with my friends. We have a Discord channel where we play Call of Duty Warzone 2.0. But when there's no... So what do I do when I don't stream? If there's no like first-person game to stream, because they only play first-person games, and I only play battle royales, and only for a short while. I never play it for long, which is why I suck at them, because I never practice. I'll play for like a month, and then I'm done with the game. If I'm not streaming, I'm usually editing videos or making thumbnails, and if I'm not doing that, reading. I like reading, so I read quite a lot. Watching YouTube, obviously. I don't watch movies all that often. I don't have time, and I get bored quickly, so I don't do that often. But... Oh, and I'll sometimes play games, just depending on what game I discover. And if it's a game that I can play on stream, or if it's a game that I can't really play on stream. So if it's like a heavy story game, I won't play that on stream. Because I don't think most people that watch streams care for like incredible, like deep story games. I don't think they'll give too much of a shit. Witcher 3 is going to be the exception to that rule, because I want to play it and I also want to stream, so I'm streaming Witcher 3. But yeah, it really depends on like what the game is and what I care about, and if I think that it would make a good stream game. Like Witcher 3 would make a good stream game because I can still chat while we're in the open world and doing things, but if you have like a super story-driven game, you can't really chat to the audience, so what's the point of streaming then? Watching you play Final Fantasy XIV on stream, Echo? I wouldn't say everyone likes watching Final Fantasy XIV. But no, yeah. I want to have games where I can still have conversations and then, you know, because otherwise I wouldn't stream. If I'm just going to sit here... So, for example, if we take a game like... what's it called? What's that fucking game called? Hold up. Let me just check quickly. Quantum Dream, like all of their games, always yen, bro. Always yen. I've never chosen Triss, not once. It's always Yennefer, because Yennefer is Bay. What's that fucking game called, man? Like Beyond Two Souls, games like that, right? So games like that I would not play on stream, because those are heavy, heavy story-driven games. Detroit Become Human is another example of that. I don't think they would be good to stream at all. Plus, I want to stream and I want to have conversations. Why the fuck would I stream a game that I can't converse with because I'm just constantly watching cinematics? 3 ways beat waifu? No. Dude, I will never not choose Yennefer. I have done playthroughs where at the beginning of the playthrough I tell myself, okay, Akalon, we're going to choose Triss this time to see how that story plays out. And then when it comes to the point where I have to choose Yennefer, I always just go, baby. Like, just every single time, bro. Can't not choose Yennefer. It just has to happen. Yennefer is stupid hot, bro. Falacdro, how you doing, brother? So yeah, I'm a huge Yennefer fucking simp, bro. I'll simp for Yennefer all the time. She is hot as balls. Is it a type thing? I don't know if it's a type thing, Caleb, because I don't really have a particular type. But I am, in general, I guess, more attracted to brunettes. In general, but even then, you know, I've dated blonde girls, I've dated red-headed girls. I have no, I don't have a specific type. If she's beautiful, and, you know, who gives a fuck? I'm like Caden on Mass Effect every time. And no, I've never chosen Caden, but that's because there's a very particular, not my thing in that. With Mass Effect, it's sort of always been a toss-up for me between Liara and Miranda. They always been the toss-up, Liara or Miranda. Yeah, Liara is probably Liara was my first choice. When I played the very first Mass Effect, I chose Liara because fucking hell, as far as aliens go, she was hot. And then I saw Miranda in the second one, and I was like, holy shit, this girl's got the ass, not just a good ass. She had the ass. So yeah. Kind of had to fucking choose Miranda for the second one. And then what sucks is if you did choose Miranda in the second one, you have almost no real interplay with Miranda in the third one. Like, your decision going from the second one to the third one has no impact. That was kind of sad, but, you know, is what it is. Fuck, I have to play Mass Effect at some point as well, chat. Like, I still have to do a playthrough of Mass Effect. I have made that promise so many times on stream, and we've never actually done a full playthrough of Mass Effect. Because that's another one of those games that I just love. And then we have to play Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. We haven't played that yet. So if we're looking through the stream catalog here, we have to finish God of War at some point. Okay. Gonna have to fucking do that at some point. Then Chaos Gate, Demon Hunters. We have to finish this. Well, we actually have to start this. The one time we tried, it was buggy as fuck. We have to play Warhammer Vermintide. We're obviously going to play Darktide. Don't worry about that. Darktide will be played. That's the other game that's coming out on the 30th. This is going to be a busy month, bro. It's going to be such a busy month. Because we have to play Darktide. Yes, I love God of War. It's such a good game. But I go back and forth. We have to finish Divinity Original Sin 2. Haven't touched that in a long time. Then over here... King Julian Mass Effect, as far as stories go, is just incredible. Such a good story. The delivery of that story, it's all phenomenal. So over here, we have... Oh, where is it? Fuck. Oh, A Plague Tale Requiem. We still have to start and finish. I don't think we have any other games that we have to play here. Probably Doom Eternal at some point. Because everyone keeps telling me how good Doom Eternal is, and I've never actually played it. Then at some point we have to finish Final Fantasy 14. That will probably happen in next year. It'll probably happen next year. And then obviously we're going to be playing Dragonflight, Witcher 3, all of that shit. So there's a lot of games that we have to play still. And that's not even including all of the new games that's coming out. Last month, it looks really good. Did you get it for free? Big Travel. Because it was free on Steam for a while. CNC? I'm in Sweden. Don't get nothing for free. Big Traveling. It was free on Steam. Was it not free in Sweden? I'm pretty sure it was free for everyone. I don't think there was a limit to the amount of shit that you could get for free. Or like some countries wouldn't have been available to get it for free. And I'm pretty sure it was a giveaway by the publishers. This game we have to finish Elden Ring at some point too. I've only played 14 hours of Elden Ring in my entire life. I loved it, but I haven't played any since. So we have to finish that too. I don't know what other games. There's plenty of fucking games. We'll figure it out at some point, chat. We'll figure it out. We'll go through all the games at some point. We have to finish Space Marine Anniversary Edition as well. Anyways, fuck it. Guys, I have to go. I'm starting to play around with fire here. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn we have to finish too. No, I have not finished that yet either. Bro, I am super bad when it comes to video games. I don't finish anything I play. I start and then I leave, and then I start another one and then I leave, and then I start another one and then I leave, and then I start another one and I leave, and then 6 months later I'll come back to one of them and I'll play it a bit, and then I'll come back to another one and then I'll play it a bit, and then I'll quit, and then I'll come back. I just go from game to game to game. I get bored really, really quickly with a game, and not bored to the point where I hate the game, just bored to the point that I don't want to play it now. So yeah, it's a fucking mess with video games and me, but is what it is. We'll make the best of it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. I will be back tomorrow for another stream. We'll play some games. We'll have some fun. We'll watch some Warhammer stuff. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.